important to speak few words about the NGO, which is the backbone of this program, today's program. Council for Green Revolution. It is an environmental organization located in Hyderabad. This organization is an environmental organization founded on Earth Day, that is on 22nd of April 2010. It works for the protection of environment and promotes sustainable development. It is a group of concerned citizens comprising of eminent environmentalists, scientists, ecologists, journalists, and supported by others who are deeply concerned about the planet Earth. CGR main focus areas are green revolution, and it was founded Green Alliance for Conservation of Eastern Ghats, that is GRACE, in 2011 for awareness, synthesizing the knowledge and policy advocacy for conservation of Eastern Ghats. CGR has published a world-class book entitled Eastern Ghats Environment Outlook, which was released by then Sri Honorable late former President Pranab Mukherjee sir in New Delhi in 2019. For the emergence of Earth leadership for achieving sustainable development, CGR founded the Earth Center in Telangana to conduct various programs. CGR has received prestigious Harita Mitra Award consecutively for 2016 and 2017 from the government of Telangana, and also received Justice Kuldeep Singh National Award for Capital Foundation Society and Vishishta Seva Puruskaram from Dr. MCR Foundation in 2019. 2012, APSCRT included a lesson about CGR's mission in 5th class science textbook. In 2020, Telangana Model School Entrance Exam has appeared few questions about the activities of CGR. With these few words on CGR, now I would like to begin the inaugural session, where we have addressed by the eminent personalities of this organizing institutions. I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor D. Ravindra Sir, to address the gathering. Over to VC Sir.
Respected Alim, the convener for the Environmental Day conference, and Professor Purushottam Reddy, and we are basically colleagues in Usmania University. And today is World Environmental Day, and important aspects and renowned scientists, those who are speaking about this program. So in this program, Sri Adar Sinha, IAS Special Chief Secretary to Government of India, and other eminent speakers. So this is a very important day, particularly environmental. So nowadays, so many people are working in environmental science research. Particularly, I am also working some environmental issues based on science and technology. So, and basically I'm a physicist and collaborating with another chemist, and we are doing research work on environmental issues. So thank you very much giving Alim this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. I'm very happy to join to this meeting in international conference on virtual mode today in the context of World Environment Day to be held on June 5th. The centered theme this time is ecosystem restoration. I'm very sorry that I could join a little late because I had to attend some official work, as well as our Vice Chancellor is in another online meeting with the government. So I'm representing Davangere University in this forum. Thank you everyone for giving me and our university to be part of this program. Respected Professor Ravindra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Telangana University. Mrs. Leela Lakshman Reddy, Founder and President, Council of Green Revolution, and Principal of Sir Syed College, and all the delegates and organizers. Thanks once again for giving this opportunity. As you are well aware that the environmental restoration is a need of the hour. We need to restore because now almost all we have exploited the environment to the maximum extent. So this time youngsters and the thinkers, scientists and environmentalists should think how we can reconstruct, remediate the distorted situation that is damage to the core for the better tomorrow for the next generation. As we all are well aware that the ecosystem consists of all abiotic and biotic aspects in the given region. There is a constant interrelation between the abiotic as well as biotic factors that are existing, without which the life cannot be sustaining. Any one part are over exploited, then other will be suffered. The planet Earth has many diverse ecosystems like terrestrial, aquatic, arboreal, underground, forest, rural, urban, and each house has a special ecosystem. If there is little imbalance, then that will cause a dangerous effect. It is that the ecosystem in every environment is highly balanced. This is once again the indication of the disturbed ecosystem. If one is not there at all, if one factor is not there, for example, a prey, a predator, then the imbalance in the ecosystem takes place and that generally erupt in an abrupted disasters in the system. As a microbiologist, I find human body as an interesting ecosystem in a microbial perspective. Our body houses diverse groups of microorganisms in every part of our system and being dominant in the gastrointestinal system. And you are well aware that a varying composition and expression of these variations at different stages of life and leading to a significant betterment of the host or human health, or sometimes with a little disturbance in the microbial composition in the gastrointestinal system leading to a disastrous effect. For example, if there is an entry of unwanted pathogenic organism having a dominant role, then we have gastrointestinal problem. And if wanted organisms like probiotics are enhanced in their inputs, placement in the gastrointestinal system, betterment in overall health can be seen. So overall alteration in the microbial balance in the body system usually result in discomfort or disease to the body. At the moment, the introduction of coronavirus in the society is one such a disaster example which was not naturally present in our system. Or if you go for the viral taxonomy, it will be something ancient virus which was not so dreaded virus or dreadful virus, but it has become so dangerous to the entire world and that is declared as pandemic, and we are well aware of this. Apart from this, restoring the ecosystem is the international theme which is absolutely relevant looking into what's happening around the world. We must restore our internal and external ecosystem in ourselves as well as in nature. It must be our focus at least for the next 2 decades, because everywhere, every sector of the environment has polluted, and there is the alarming signals that we can see with regard to the cyclone effect or the drought or some imbalance that we frequently encounter in the environment. We have been hearing about the melting of glaciers since several years and elevation of the water level in the sea. And you know, we have polluted sea, the ocean enough. And then how much we are suffering. Ocean is already warning us and threatening human existence. We must remember that we human need ocean or nature rather than other way. Nature doesn't need human being, but human beings need nature. Therefore, there is a dire need for the cleanliness, restoration of the existing ecosystem in a large way, in a scientific intervention by the involvement of youth of the society through education. We are well aware that plastic and other pollutants need immediate management at all levels. Climate change is no more a surprise. It has started impacting our life of common wear in every sphere of life. In addition to that, if we touch upon the agricultural sectors, agricultural operations and inputs need a paradigm shift. Environment-friendly approaches are the only way out through natural way. Therefore, what's our role in ecosystem restoration? As professionals, this is a time to ponder. We have to put a serious thought in this particular direction, for which you have invited number of eminent scientists for their deliberations to have a number of thoughts, their research, such that that could be put into use. Either the proceedings of this particular international conference can be submitted to the government, which can be put into use by thoughtful deliberations and discussions throughout this particular seminar. Bringing awareness among general public is the need of the hour that should be done through our students and ourselves as teachers, such that every house would reach, every home would reach the message that how much the environment has damaged, how restoration can be done, minimum usage, reuse of the materials, such that minimum disposal of the waste from the house, the bifurcation of the wet and the solid waste, and biodegradable and non-degradable waste bifurcation. And these are all the minimum practices that one should adopt at house level, such that minimum waste would be done. And another one threatening societal situation at present we are experiencing because of COVID-19 situation, the global pandemic that we are facing. One way the disease is causing dire disasters to the society, and people are suffering like anything. If you take up the environmental aspects of this, the waste that are generated through biomedical waste, the other waste that are generated through this particular pandemic situation is quite dangerous. How these plastic materials, how much these biomedical waste are generated through these procedures or through this particular situation, how it is going to be degraded, how much time would it require? That means added substances to the environment, and that is leading to another one dire consequence in the near future. So we got to think as an environmentalist how to go about it, how environmental friendly methods could be adopted in order to reduce the waste that are already produced and minimum waste production mode, such that we can maintain the ecosystem. Otherwise, one will overgrow, environmental balance will be totally disrupted, and therefore this will result in dangerous consequences. Youth, particularly at institutions and university level, must be able to carry out these substantial responsibility with respect to environmental restoration. In addition to that, there is a great degree of urbanization that is taking place, and deforestation, cutting off age-old trees that are again a dangerous consequences. In this context, urban forest restoration through Miyawaki mini forest generation in different points in the city is again another aspect which everybody can think of. In about a small area or waste area in the city itself, one can make a dense forest within a span of 1 or 2 years, and therefore there an ecosystem of birds or forming their nest, and then insects, and then some different species of plants which could be grown in a very short span of time can be done. So number of cities, for example, in Davangere district administration, even Davangere University is concentrating on making a focal forest in certain areas, such that green would be replenished, and then the city would look better with that particular concept of Miyawaki forest. Reducing dependence on petrochemicals is another one area, and then cycling, usage of bicycles in the institutions, which could be made compulsory, and that will become important aspect in reducing the petrochemicals. with this, since our environment, our ecosystem is so much disturbed, recreation and restoration is the only way out at the moment. So we have to come out of the shell, and we have to work out the strategies such that one would make a plan such that it could be executed at every level, may it be in schools or in colleges or in universities or as public or whoever are interested. One age-old person was admitted to the hospital where he was given oxygen treatment, and then he was after his recovery, he had to pay the bill, and looking at the bill, he started crying. And not because he was poor enough to pay and he was unable to pay, but he was rich enough. But realized that since so many years without paying any money, he breathed oxygen in the environment. But for only for 10-12 days, he has to pay some 3-4 lakhs. Then he was just thinking that how much money that I have to pay back to the environment since so many years, 70-75 years I have taken the breath from the environment, how much I have to give to the environment. This is though this is a reality or the experience of the particular person, but we have to think about how much the environment is contributing on us, and then how much we are giving back. So everything that is available free in the environment cannot be taken as granted. So we have to think how much we are dependent on the nature and how much we have to give back. With this, I send my wishes through this online conference, that this conference would be a great success, and deliberations coming out of this conference would be highly fruitful, and which will be beneficial to the society and better tomorrow. Thank you everyone for providing me this opportunity, and thanks for the listening few words.
Thank you, ma'am. Out of your busy schedule, you have given so much time and make our morning very beautiful. And the words what you have addressed are really fact of the day. And we feel very opportunistic to get your address in the gathering. Fine morning, and hope your wishes will come true, and we could succeed in giving the outputs whatever you are expected in this meeting. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining. Now I request our founder and the president of this NGO, that is Council for Green Revolution, Srimati K. Leela Lakshma Reddy madam, to start her address. Before that, I want to give a few words about Leela madam. Leela madam is actually a founder and president of National Environmental Organization Council for Green Revolution, which was founded on 22nd April 2010. She's active member of Lions Club Hyderabad since 1989, and she's active member of Hyderabad Mahila Vidya Sangam and member in Family Planning Association of India. She has an objective of founding this CGR for protecting environment and promoting sustainable development. Concern of this NGO is like rapid loss of tree cover and degradation ecosystems, increasing pollution, falling quality of life, depleting natural resource base in the villages, made herself and her husband, Honorable K. Lakshma Reddy Garu, to resolve massive green movement, for which they have come to partner with eminent citizens such as environmentalists, scientists, ecologists, and journalists to save our concern towards planet Earth. And the Green Revolution was the main objective of this couple, and 3.4 million saplings were facilitated and planted in various parts. And main motive was the conservation of the Eastern Ghats. And this organization, as I mentioned earlier, has got number of prestigious awards from various parts of the country. So with these few words, I would like to request Leela madam to address the gathering. Over to Leela madam.
Good morning, all of you. Today's chief guest, Sri Adar Sinha, Honorable Director, EPTRI, Professor D. Ravindra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Telangana University, Professor K. Purushottam Reddy, renowned environmentalist, Gayatri Devaraj Madam, Davanagere University, dignitaries, distinguished speakers, faculty, students, and all the participants. At the outset, I wish you all on this World Environment Day my cordial greetings to the Department of Botany, Telangana University, Department of Botany, Davangere University, Karnataka, Department of Forestry, Sri Syed College, Kerala, EPTRI, Hyderabad. It's an important occasion that such a prestigious institution came together to organize this mega environment program. I appreciate the planning and efforts of the organizing team. I'm glad that many eminent speakers from the country and outside are in today's schedule to enlighten the participants. I'm happy that Council for Green Revolution is taking part in this great event. As an environmental organization, I feel this program is most relevant to the core mandate of CGR. 11 years ago, CGR's journey started in a small village near Hyderabad. I'm eager to share our milestones as an environmental organization. We could reach the landmark of planting 33.90 lakh saplings by involving 10.54 lakh government high school children in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh states. CGR collaborated with district administration, education departments, and forest departments in this green mission. Simultaneously, CGR came up with green manifestos, organized national and regional events on climate change, sustainable development, etc. Exactly a decade ago, on 5th June 2011, World Environment Day at Srisailam Temple town in middle of Nallamala Hills, CGR initiated Greens Alliance for the Conservation of Eastern Ghats, in short, GRACE. We organized 3 regional conferences, 2 national conferences, expeditions. We carried out research networking since its founding, and in 2019, we came up with Eastern Ghats Environment Outlook publication, which was released by Sri Pranab Mukherjee, former President of India. I'm glad to share that CGR developed Earth Center at Anmaspalli near Hyderabad and Srisailam Highway. The center is envisaged to nurture the Earth leadership. It's a pleasure for me to announce that the center is being inaugurated on 5th June 2021, the Earth Day. We want to make it an esteemed destination for environmental education in the country. Reimagine, recreate, restore. The theme of World Environment Day underpins a greater concern and greater responsibility for environmental sustainability. We are aware that we, the humans, have been exploiting our planet's ecosystems for a long time. We are destroying the natural capital in a massive scale. Our insatiable greed is causing the environmental collapse of several ecosystems like forests, rivers, grasslands, farmlands, coastal and marine regions. The health of ecosystems is crucial for our well-being and sustainable development. Stephen Hawking, eminent scientist, expressed that planet Earth will not be livable if we continue destroying nature. Late Dr. Abdul Kalam, our former president, also expressed the same concern. With our modern science, we are exploring the cosmos for another planet with any traces of life. We are sending a series of space missions, but at the same time, we forgot to care the livable planet of Earth. I always think that if the mother is not well, the home will be ruined. We all know that the Earth is our mother and her well-being defines our well-being. We are neither caring our home nor our mother. We should introspect seriously and sincerely. We are witnessing the rapid fire of pandemic and its impact on our lives. I think our too much interference in the scheme of nature is the source of this crisis. We have to think. If we are resolved to restore the nature, we have to sincere in preventing, halting, and reversing the damage. We have stopped exploiting nature and help her to heal. Never before a generation of humanity has such a serious responsibility to pass on a healthy, livable planet to the generations down the timeline. It's time to prove our sincerity for the welfare of future generations. Gandhiji said that the earth is not an inheritance from our forefathers, but it is borrowed from our next generations to come. He also warned that the earth can fulfill the needs of all, but not the greed. CGR is facilitating observance of the day on 5th June in many villages all over the state through its volunteer network, but abandoning the COVID limitations and measures. I wish the call of day resonated and the cause and widely reach. To conclude, CGR wishes for a long-lasting collaboration with all the prestigious institutions here for a better environmental future and better world. I wish this conference will provide good insights for the restoration of nature. I thank the organizing members for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate and congratulate Abdul Halim Khan, Telangana University, Mr. Venkatesh, CGR, and other organizing team for their wonderful coordination. I congratulate all the speakers and participants. I wish you all the best. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to all. Dr. D. Ravindra, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Telangana University, and Madam Professor Gayatri Devraj, Registrar, Devangana University, Mrs. K. Leela Lakshma Reddy, Founder and President, Council for Green Revolution, and Professor Malik Fasil, Head of the Department of the Forestry, Sir Syed College, and all other dignitaries of this webinar. I am very happy to be with you, representing as the Principal, Sir Syed College, Kerala. And we, the Sir Syed College, Kerala, feel so proud to collaborate with the prestigious department, the Department of Botany, Telangana University, Council for Green Revolution, Hyderabad, Department of Botany, Devangana University, Environment Protection Training Research Institute, Hyderabad, in organizing the international conference in view of the World Environment Day 2021. I appreciate the efforts taken by the Department of Forestry in representing Sir Syed College in this international conference. The topics of this discussing in the various sessions of this conference are very relevant in the contemporary scenario. I also appreciate the organizing committee for selecting the most renowned resource persons for this conference. I wish all the success for the program. Once again, thank you for collaborating with us, and we look forward to such programs in future as well. And I thank the head of the department, Professor Malik Fasil, giving me the opportunity to be with you. And thank you all. Over to Chair.
Good morning to you all. Worthy Vice Chancellor, Telangana University, and worthy Registrar and other members of the conference who are participating in the conference as delegates as well as participants. It is my privilege to be a part of this conference. Although I am not an environmentalist, I have not worked on any aspect of environment. I have been working on mushrooms ever since I was a student. So this lecture, when Dr. Halim requested me, he asked me to take into cognizance the interest of the students. So I have specifically prepared this lecture in the interest of the students. Hope it goes well to the students. So the topic which I have selected is Global Environmental Issues and Mitigation Strategies for Sustainability of the Biosphere. As we are all aware that environment is sum total of the physical and biotic conditions influencing the responses of the organisms on the Mother Earth. And as you know, the Mother Earth on which we all are thriving is a natural resource bank on which the sustenance and livelihood of all life forms depends. And the life supporting system of the Earth, comprising of interacting physical, chemical, and biological global scale cycles together constituting the biosphere, representing atmosphere, from which we draw air, hydrosphere, from which we draw water, and lithosphere, from which we draw food, etc., and all other things for sustenance, is ailing. We know, as recently Madam Reddy, who is the head and founder head of Council for Green Revolution, rightly suggested that we have to look into the reasons because of which the things are changing now. We see a lot of changes as far as our global environment is concerned. Significant changes in Earth's atmosphere due to increasing human population and activities, such as changes relating to depletion of fossil fuel resources, large-scale changes in land cover use, excessive use of terrestrial productivity and water, over-exploitation of natural resources, etc. All these things have led to the evolution of yet another geological era, which is being referred as Anthropocene. And it is suggested to have begun with the following features: near exhaustion of fossil fuel within few human generations, transformation of about 50% of the land surfaces, excessive use of chemical fertilizers, increased concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and extinction rates of various life forms increasing at an alarming rate. And we see large number of wild animals, monkeys, leopards, nilgais, etc., barasingas, boars, etc., entering into human inhabitations because we have intruded into their inhabitations, and we are over a period of time, significant changes have taken place in the Earth's atmosphere. We are witness to the overexploitation of nature and natural resources, and we are witness to the resulting global climatic changes because of altered biogeochemistry, and we are witness to all, you can say, societal disintegration. We have seen a height of it during this COVID-19 pandemic, all sorts of things, health crisis, family breakdown, conflicts, etc., nepotism, greed at the peak of it in everything, and we are likely to exceed 3 billion population by 2025, and obviously we are going to face all these such things at a larger scale. As far as Earth's atmosphere is concerned, if we see that there are two very important things. One is the outside atmosphere outside the Earth's strata, which is a multi-layered gaseous envelope which helps in filtering the deleterious radiations from coming onto the Earth's surface, UVC and UVB radiations. And we have in the near vicinity of the Earth, the troposphere, around 10 to 15 kilometers distance, where the changes in the climate that controls the changes on the Earth's surface. So we have in this area, we have a number of greenhouse gases, which plays a very important role as far as inhabitation on the Earth's surface is concerned. These greenhouse gases, they absorb the heat, they absorb the ultraviolet radiations going out from the Earth's surface and helps to maintain some degree of temperature which is congenial for the life forms to stay. Had these greenhouse gases not been there in the atmosphere, the temperature of the Earth's strata would have gone to -15 to -20 degrees centigrade. So their presence in definite proportion in the Earth's atmosphere is an obligatory requirement. In the nature, there is a definite balance of these gases, and due to industrialization and excessive overexploitation of the Earth's resources, lot of things have been thrown into the environment. Lot of greenhouse gases, huge amount of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases, chlorofluorocarbons, etc., which were not the natural component of the environment. They were thrown, and a sort of shield of these greenhouse gases was created in the near Earth's atmosphere, and because of which the heat which would have gone into the environment that is trapped within, and because of which the global warming, and we have a greenhouse effect. We all know all these things. I need not to go into these details. It is not that the Earth's climate is not changed over a period. It has been changing throughout the history. We have seen 7 cycles of glacial advances and retreat, with abrupt end of the last ice age about 11,700 years ago. And during the beginning of 1970s, global average temperature has increased by 0.74 degrees over the past century. Warming trend during the last 25 years is more than double. And the variation and shift in weather conditions over space and time of different scales and magnitude has resulted into the climate change which we are experiencing. These are some of the greenhouse gases. There are over 30 greenhouse gases, out of which these are very important. And we can see that at the pre-industrial time, the amount of carbon dioxide was around 280 ppm, and it has crossed 418 ppm on May 2021, increased over by 31%. Similarly, methane has increased by over 151%, and chlorofluorocarbons, which were not there in the environment, these are man-made components and thrown into the environment. They are increasing at the rate of about 4% per year, and the residence time in the environment of these ranges from 5 to around 260 years. So, and these gases, they have, each individual component has got its own capacity to absorb heat. Warming potential. Methane is 21 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. We know the amount of livestock we are managing, and the rice wheat cycle, the amount of methane which is being thrown into the environment. And chlorofluorocarbons, 12,000 to 15,000 times more effective in absorbing heat as compared to carbon dioxide. Water vapors are responsible for 2/3 warming of the Earth's surface, and they have the same at the same wavelength, they absorb heat as is absorbed by carbon dioxide. So like that, all these, they adds to the warming potential of the Earth. And about 74% of the total agriculturally generated greenhouse gases are contributed by low-income third world countries. So these are some of the chlorofluorocarbons which are being used in various industrial processes, and this is their ozone depleting potential, and this is their residence time. They can stay in active state in the environment from around 15 years to 500 years, you can see. And it is a sheer chance that the chlorofluorocarbons were selected for these industrial activities. Had it been bromine instead of fluorine, bromine is 100 times more effective than chlorine in targeting ozone. So like this, they are. This is a vicious cycle of what you call as ozone depletion. The ultraviolet radiation striking the chlorofluorocarbon molecules here, the chlorine is released, and it targets the ozone in the environment, forms chlorine monoxide, and the oxygen within here is liberated, and the nascent oxygen in the environment has more affinity for oxygen. It joins with oxygen, and chlorine is let free again for another cycle. So like that, this cycle, vicious cycle, goes on as far as ozone depletion is concerned. So in the environment in Antarctica, Arctic region, where the maximum ozone depletion is taking place, the cold winds, they forms a sort of whirlpool of winds around and they insulate the polar regions, and in this insulated region they don't let anything move in, and minus 80 to minus 90 degree temperature is created, and in such a situation other greenhouse gases like methane and nitrous oxide, they get frozen up, and the climate atmosphere within this vortex becomes very congenial for the chlorine to become hyperactive to target ozone. So here during springtime, the overlap of cold conditions and sunlight that creates a situation quite favorable for the hyperactivity of chlorine, and the ozone is targeted in such a situation, and the thinning of ozone has resulted in decrease in this of ozone in the stratospheric region, which is a good ozone which help in trapping the UVC and UVB radiation from 450 parts per billion to 92 parts per billion. So global average decline of ozone in stratosphere is reported to be around 3% for this 1997 to 2001, and 5% loss of ozone results in 10% increase in UVB radiations into the Earth's atmosphere. And entry of these radiations into the Earth's atmosphere causes a lot of problems, including skin cancer, including eye cataract, including problems of crops, etc., all such things. And now NASA in 2018 report has said that the ozone layer has started recovering due to the ban on the use of chlorofluorocarbons. You can see the ozone hole. This is a picture which I have taken from the internet. You can see how the ozone you can say around this Antarctic region. You can see this 1981, 87, it is getting darker, still darker, and you can see 1999 and still darker. This is how it has resulted. There's yet another aspect to the ozone depletion, that is cosmic ray theory for ozone depletion. There is reported to be a correlation between cosmic ray intensity and the global ozone depletion. Cosmic rays are concentrated over the north and south poles due to Earth's magnetic field and have the highest electron production rate at the height of 15 to 18 kilometers above the ground level, where ozone layer is most, you can say, concentrated. So here, these radiations, they target the ozone. The cosmic rays are reported to cause drastic reaction of ozone depletion, depleting halogens in that region. It has been predicted that global ozone will recover by 1 to 2.5% between 2000 to 2020 because of the remedial measures which were taken over a period of time. As per NASA, I have already told you, ozone layer has started recovering. However, cosmic ray theory predicted that one of the severest losses over the South Pole in 2008, 2009, and another large hole in 2019, 2020. These are some contradictions in this theory. So as for the efforts which at the global level for you can say checking the ozone depletion are concerned, Montreal Protocol was one of the earliest to take some measures for protection of ozone, and it was suggested to phase out use of chlorofluorocarbons, halons, etc., and other man-made ozone depleting components so as to protect this ozone layer, which is helping in filtering the deleterious radiation from the atmosphere. And in response to that, the developed world started using alternative refrigerants for phasing out chlorofluorocarbons. And India's commitment to chlorofluorocarbons to phase out chlorofluorocarbons and other ozone depleting substances are by 2040, with the domestic level consumption to be frozen by 2015. In 1999, Rockwell Industry, Hyderabad, started using propane and isobutane, while large companies like Videocon, Voltas, Elwin, Whirlpool, they shifted to HFCs, whose production and use stands banned after 2020 in US. The most common HCFC substitute for chlorofluorocarbon is still in use in refrigeration and air conditions is SCFC 22 and R22. Some possibilities of the climate change, their warning, the effect. Nicholas Stern, a renowned World Bank economist, in his 700-page report warned that effect of climate change could be worse than the two world wars, and over 20 million tons of carbon dioxide is being generated by humanity every year, which is absorbed by nature. And there is a limit to which the nature can tolerate this carbon dioxide, can adjust this carbon dioxide. So we have to be very careful about that. And with the result, global average temperature is increasing. Global average sea level is also rising. And Professor James Locke of USA believes that 90% of the mankind could be wiped out if the planet Earth heats up with the same pace as it is heating up presently. So these are some warnings. And what is happening, we are seeing it. We have seen just now the cyclonic storms in the you can say Amphan, Takote, Yas. We have tsunamis, floods, cloud bursts, etc. All these things are indicators, direct indicators. These are warning signals because of these activities: rapid industrial growth, increased energy consumption, increased carbon dioxide, greenhouse emissions, etc. All these things are basically resulting in these things. You can see the glaciers, melting glaciers, melting of giant ice sheet of Greenland and Antarctica. Greenland ice sheet is reported to be melting at the rate of 250 gigatons a year, while Antarctica is losing about 194 gigatons of ice. Melting of Himalayan ice glacier has doubled since the start of 21st century. So like that, we have to be very careful about, we have to see which areas are contributing and where the remedial measures are required to be taken. These are the areas. Here you can see from this graphic: residential, commercial, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, and construction areas. These are the areas where we need to use green technologies for taking remedial measures for mitigation, for carbon offsetting. We know every year 0.8% global forest area is being cleared, which is adding 0.3 to 2.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide annual. And combustion of fossil fuel is another aspect. These are some of the major areas where you have this is the percentage of greenhouse gas emissions from every sector. As far as the ecological footprint is concerned, ecological footprint basically refers to the human demand on Earth's ecosystem, and we have to compare it with the ecological capacity of the Earth to regenerate. They should be in balance with one another. This is not happening. For 2006, humanity's total ecological footprint demand from the Earth's crust was at 1.4 planet Earths. And in other words, humanity used ecological services 1.4 times as fast as was available, Earth was able to renew them. We are withdrawing much more than the Earth's strata is able to regenerate it. We can see, if you see the global footprint network, so the world average biocapacity, generation capacity is about, you can see the world average ecological footprint demand in 2002, 0.7 global hectares, and regeneration capacity was 1.8 global hectares. You can see, look at the difference of 0.9 global hectares per person extra, which is being withdrawn from the Earth's strata. So there are countries, why people are running to Australia, to Canada, to New Zealand, because they are ecologically surplus countries. They have enough you can say, regenerative capacity on their Earth's strata. You can see Canada here, the population they are supporting, and the ecological footprint, the demand 7.8, and the biocapacity, generation capacity almost double. And they are ecologically creditor countries, surplus countries. And here we stand here, we are consuming almost double the amount the Earth is able to regenerate. That is why the crisis situation here. So carbon footprint is net amount of pollution we create on daily basis in our household activities, in our various functions, etc., while moving from one place to another. So there has to be individual efforts for mitigation, for offsetting the carbon footprint through by taking through clean development mechanism operations such as solar and wind energy use, reforestation, and all such things. They have to be practiced so as to offset such, you can say, carbon footprint. There are direct impacts of climate changes we are witnessing in different regions, different parts of the country. In Indo-Gangetic Plain, you can see the drought-like situation in Punjab, in West Bengal. Intensity of cyclone has increased over a period of time. UP and Bihar, drought has increased. The rice fields decreased. Himalayan region, mean temperature has gone up by 0.6 degrees centigrade. Frequency of warmer days is increasing. Floods are increasing. You have cloud bursts. You have frequent flooding. And in peninsular India, frequent severe cyclones, sea ingression, rise in sea level, and desertification. All such things, they are indicators of where climate change. What we needs to do, we have to look into all these areas. This is the percentage of emissions which different areas are created. We have to look into these areas for solutions. We have to use, you can say, green eco-friendly technologies for mitigation of these changes. It is not that the efforts were not there. Since times immemorial, Kautalaya's time, Lord Dalhousie's time, there were regulations for management of forests, for maintenance of forests, for protection of natural resources. Even in our Constitution, Article 48A of Directive Principles of State Policy, and under the Fundamental Duties, Article 51AG, they provide provisions for protection and improvement of natural environment, including forests, lakes, all the resources and their conservative use. Ministry of Environment and Forest is the custodian of all these natural resources and protection. So we need to look into all these things. There were various laws which were enacted over a period of time, and it is not that, it is basically intention to implement them. At many places, large number of NGOs, as the one who is one of the sponsors, Council for Green Revolution here, they have played a huge role in protecting the environment. We should remember Sundarlal Bahuguna, the Chipko movement, whom we lost just few days back, sometimes back, and some other NGOs who have played a pivotal role. Sundarlal Bahuguna went to the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi so as to request to put a blanket ban on cutting of trees, and it is since then it was enforced ultimately. There is one old lady, Kinkri Devi in Himachal Pradesh, who was illiterate. She got married at the age of 14 and got, you can say, widowed at the age of 22, and she fought the mining mafia. She was totally illiterate and went up to Supreme Court, and ultimately the mining was banned in that area. There were around 48, you can say, firms which were engaged in mining. So there was a Earth Summit in 1990s where the initiation was started and it was adopted to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 5.2% below 1990 level in the first commitment period, which will exhaust by 2012 by taking different remedial measures. And it was for the first time that in the Rio Summit, the Agenda 21 for achieving sustainable development in 21st century was adopted. So all these things ultimately started materializing, and the Kyoto Protocol happened. Here, the same target was fixed to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 5.2% over 1992 level by adopting Green Development Mechanism, joint implementation, assigned amount units, and European Union have their own targets to reduce emissions by 21% by 2020 as compared to 2005. So it is not that there was an impact. It was noticed when evaluation was done of the Kyoto Protocol, and there was a reduction as compared to 1990. You can see here in some of the cases, Russia reduced their emissions substantially. Otherwise, overall, there was a reduction, but Russia reduced their emissions substantially. Even Germany reduced, UK also reduced. You can see the graphics here, the impact of these Kyoto Protocol. Then subsequently, Copenhagen summit held, where there were a lot of discussion, and 5 basic countries, Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, they were able to resist the move of the developed countries to make the developing countries sign up. They wanted the developing country to sign up an agreement, and they wanted that the developing countries fix up a year beyond which the peaking of the emissions will stop. So they basically stopped. They were able to manage their interest there. Then Cancun summit held here. Basically, the process of you can say green business started here, and the green fund initiation for raising the green fund and carbon pricing was initiated. And then Durban summit held, where universal legal agreement on the climate change as soon as possible, because Kyoto was to end in 2012. So then Doha climate summit was held to facilitate the implementation of the protocol after the first commitment period of 2012. So idea was to quantify the emission limitation or reduction of commitments for the future. So then the Paris climate deal and the ratchet mechanism, where about 195 countries they participated. The aim was rolling back the global warming, and it was fixed that global warming to be brought down well below 2 degrees centigrade over the pre-industrial level, and to strive for 1.5, bringing it down to 1.5 degree. A highly ambitious plan was framed, and the ratchet mechanism was initiated, which refers to framing the progressively ambitious action plan to mitigate the climate change. And basically, the developed countries were asked to maintain a fund of $100 billion per year for funding the efforts for mitigation these changes. So although the Paris summit failed to achieve its objective to contain global warming below 2 degrees centigrade over the prevailing situation during that time, then came an initiative to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and from deforestation and degradation, which is referred as REDD. And going beyond that, it was also stressed to impress upon conservation and sustainable management of forest and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. It was subsequently taken up at Madrid conference, and primarily here the focus of discussion was Article 6, which describes the role of carbon markets. And here there was a disagreement about trading of negative emissions under Kyoto Protocol. Here, negative emission basically refers to the activities that helps to remove carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. It refers to removal of CO2, which adversely impacts the atmospheric temperature. Here, the emphasis was in trading of the hot air and basically making it a business, but no agreement on this article could be achieved. Proposed food systems summit, which was proposed to be held in 2020, but because of pandemic, it was shifted to 2021. The parties were required to formulate a plan, a 5-year, as per the provisions of the Paris Agreement, the ratchet mechanism, to formulate and submit a progressively ambitious plan to mitigate the climate change. This was, and in Kyoto Protocol, basically, the 2 countries, it may be 2 advanced countries and extra 1, extra 2 countries, or advanced country and a developing country, they can hedge an agreement with one another under this protocol to mitigate their emissions. One of the countries may fund and provide technology, and other can help in mitigating the emissions. here you can see these are the examples of one
Excuse me,
next
sir.
one country, advanced country, and this is the developing country here. So under Kyoto Protocol, they were required to retain their emissions at this level. So this particular annexure one.
Sir, can we sum
Yes.
up because other speaker is also there. Next speaker is waiting.
I have around 10 slides more. I'll rush up. I'll rush up within 3-4 minutes. Yes. So here they are able to retain their emissions at this level, and they are left with surplus this certified emissions for trading. But this country was able to retain it up this level, and it has to buy its emission to bring it down to the level, permissible level, by spending the money. So Green Fund was used for this, and like that they can share their business. For this in India also we have National CDM Authority at Delhi, where the projects can be submitted, and these are validated and ultimately evaluated in terms of certified emission reduction units. It takes about 9 to 14 months for this. These are the 6 greenhouse gases which are traded, which invites money in the world market, and you can calculate your person carbon budget also. These are the carbon markets: Kyoto mandatory regime, non-Kyoto mandatory regimes, and voluntary regimes, where you can put up your projects saying that yes, this is the project which have capability to mitigate this much of certified emission units. These are some of the projects which in India, this is the older slide, which are running under these systems, and this is the amount of money up to 2008 in crores, 71,000 crores investment under clean development projects. And by 2010, these are the 3 sectors where money to the level of $39.15 billion was, you can say, raised through clean development projects. Indian firm JSW Steel won largest single certified emission reduction units of 5.4 million in 2 projects in CDM units. Fate of Indian projects. There are number of, you can say, Indian companies which have registered number of projects under these clean development mechanisms, and thus around 300 million credits of certified emission reduction units are available for trading. At the best times, the certified emission reduction units were selling at $25 per certified emission units, but now the things have changed, and after the carbon market slowed down, finally it fell to about 25 cents per carbon reduction unit, or to the maximum of $1. So you can see the net amount of loss which is being incurred. And in this, US, Canada, Australia, Russia are not participating in the carbon markets. Himachal Pradesh has one of the very successful projects, a Himalayan Watershed Development Program, in which farmers were made partners, and the agreement was held with government of Spain, and CDM project involves local communities, small marginal farmers and plantations, etc. And World Bank has now agreed to release a payment of 1.93 crores under this project. The project will make villagers as strategic sellers and carbon credits, and the beneficiaries will get additional income of 3,000 per hectare per annum. There are national missions. These are the national missions in which 8 national mission green projects can be submitted. These are national action programs to combat desertification. And plants are the best source, which can help in sequestering the carbon dioxide, which can help in reducing the energy requirement by planting them strategically, and they can sequester, and we can calculate how much amount of the carbon has been sequestered by individual plant. And there are a number of initiatives which have been and which can be taken, ways to cut gas emission, managing agriculture and livestock, reducing forest clearing, conservation agriculture, use of alternative energy sources, practicing agroforestry, innovative irrigation system, carbonization to sequester carbon from the terrestrial ecosystems, and scientific grain storage, identify germplasm which can tolerate expected future biotic and abiotic stresses, and carbon tax. It is a fee for making users of fossil fuel to pay for climate change. and basically in India, de facto carbon tax in the form of coal tax has been imposed, and we have witnessed Swachh Bharat Abhiyan cess. We also pay charges in various national parks, botanic gardens, recreational parks. This is a sort of de facto carbon tax providing ecological services. Sweden has carbon tax since 1991. This is one of the options which has to be given. So conservationist perspective is given by Neith Bolding. The world is finite, resources are scarce, things are bad and will be worse. Coal is burned and gas exploded, forests cut and soil eroded, wells are dry and air polluted, dust is blowing, trees uprooted, oil is going, ores depleted, drains receive what is excreted, land is sinking, seas are rising, man is far too enterprising, fire will rage with man to fan it, soon we'll have a plundered planet. So these are the unique initiatives. We are all aware of these. These are being taken, and you can see a typical tree, if planted, provides services worth 19,62,000 US dollar in the form of ecological service. And if it is sold in the market, only 590 US dollars. There is a Meti Andolan in Uttarakhand started by Kalyan Singh, a retired teacher. Meti basically refers to married women's parental home. After the marriage ceremony is over, just a married couple leaves for a small clearing, Meti 1 forested area, where they are allowed to plant a tree, normally orange tree. Planted saplings are treated like their daughters by the villagers, and by planting the sapling at the time of their marriage, not only leaves behind the precious memory of, but they also play part in safeguarding the mother earth. After plantation is over, groom hands over a tidy sum towards the Meti fund, which is handled by the village girls and used for nurturing Meti 1 and the welfare of the poor and underprivileged women. Such efforts are required to be taken. So to make the mother earth green and keep it clean, each one of us needs to put in individual efforts, and we need to emulate Sundarlal Bahuguna, Chandi Prasad Bhatt of Chipko movement, Pandurang Hegde of Karnataka of Apiko movement, Rajendra Singh of Alwar of Water Man of India, Baba Sichewal of Kali Ben fame of Punjab, Kalyan Singh of Meti Andolan, Kinkri Devi of Himachal, who fought the mining mafia. All these selfless efforts, they are required to be emulated and taken forward so as to pass the earth green and safe for the next generation. We shall have not another earth if this one is dead. So try to replenish the natural resources and be conservative in using them. Earth has enough to meet the need of every inhabitant, but not the greed, as was rightly said by none other than father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you very much. I am grateful to the organizers for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Outside, I thank Professor for giving enough prelude to my presentation. What I am going to talk is slightly a tracing backward about what has happened over the last two, 3 centuries, which is responsible for the today's maladies and today's ecological crisis. So my topic is man-planet relationship. So what has gone wrong with the man-planet relationship over 2 to 3 centuries? So briefly, I would like to focus upon 3 major points. So I take only 15 to 18 minutes, not more than that. The first point is that where actually we went wrong. I think Professor Attri has rightly brought out today's scenario, how miserable it is for all of us to live on this planet. So he's with rich data. He gave a very vivid picture about the scenario around, especially against the backdrop of this pandemic. So I just trace back to what has actually gone wrong in the onset of human civilization. If we look into the literature, we see that 16th and 17th century enlightenment, that we call it as an European enlightenment, which gave a tectonic shift to the civilization. It was in fact a revolution in science, because during that time, many inventions came up and people developed a scientific perspective about themselves and also about the nature. So I see a point of departure during the European Enlightenment, which today we are experiencing. There is something wrong when we set our path of development in 17th century. It is, even though it revolutionized the science, it also provided a different kind of a new rationality to human thinking. It did a lot of damage also, because most of the models of development we see, they are Eurocentric and they came from European scholars. So what actually the core part of our the presentation is that the Enlightenment period, which defined science. While defining science, it brought out the subject and the object as a dichotomous entities. I see there is a problem with this premise, because we are looking at the scientific inquiry as the subject and the object dichotomy. So here subject means the scientist and the object means the nature around us. So this 18th century, 17th century Enlightenment, it broke our cordial relationship with this nature, because we developed a notion that whatever the naturally available around us is for the discretion of the mankind. It is for the utility of the man. If the natural resources are not touched by man, then it is a wastage. So the value of nature is attributable only by its utilitarian value. Otherwise, it is useless. This is the kind of notion we began after the 17th century Enlightenment. So this kind of a attitude towards nature, it gave us a kind of an instrumental value to the nature. So nature is for exploitation, nature is for man's use. So that is how an anthropocentric perspective we developed after this 17th century. Means man is supreme, and whatever that is available around, it is for his welfare and it is for his utility. So this is the notion actually where we have to challenge in the context of this World Environment Day, and also especially the post-pandemic and the during pandemic scenario. We have to focus on this, because we lost the very relationship with the nature from this kind of a scientific perspective. So the approaches towards the natural world gave rise to a different kind of a development model, because the economic development that took place after 17th century Enlightenment, I think our predecessor has given a passing reference to some of these processes. The very premise of economic development we began in some century, 1 or 2 centuries ago, was that exploitation of natural resources. I want to put this exploitation of natural resources in the literature of economic development within quotes and unquotes. Because we started looking at nature as something left for exploitation. This word itself is a derogatory if we look back to what we have done in the past centuries. So most of our development planning, especially given by Keynes, the famous economist, they started conceiving that the most of the problems of development are due to the incapacity to utilize the natural resources. So therefore, if there is a country backward, like Asian countries, African countries, why they are backward? Because they are not able to exploit the natural resources available to them. There is no capacity to exploit, there are no technologies available, and that is how we have to empower them with the new technology so that they can exploit nature more and more and become rich. That was the kind of economic models we have begun 2 centuries ago. The notion of the prominent place in elementary economic development, if you look back to the elementary economics of 10th standard and 12th standard, where there is a term development and backwardness, you will certainly see the exploitation of natural resource is the cause for underdevelopment. So that's the kind of a notion we have to change in the present context. Then what we fail to recognized some 3 centuries ago is that natural resource is like a capital. What we really committed a blunder is that we should have treated the natural resource as a capital, not as a income. So we, instead of keeping that as a capital and developing that capital, we started deriving the income from the natural resources. So therefore, it started depleting, because if you consider capital as the income, then your capital will not remain with you for a very long time. It goes on depleting. So that is what is happening. We are in fact eating away the capital, confusing that the capital is the income. So this is the fundamental differentiation we have to make today. The second point is about the onset of a capitalist development. So we see how the capitalism started advancing after the European Enlightenment, science and technology, and so many innovations came out from the European model. So the multinational companies, they started indulging in the mass production technologies. Look at this, is another serious threat to the mankind on this planet, because the mass production technologies always deteriorated the natural resource base. So now we are indulging in mass production. Everything is mass production. So that is how the pressure is put on the natural resource base. After exploiting resources on the land, now we are seeing many multinationals, now they are talking of oceaning the seabeds. I mean, mining the ocean beds for minerals and other wealthy, the raw material. So this is the kind of development we are acknowledging and endorsing. Now the resources are depleting on the land. Now they are looking into the oceans to exploit resources. If this is the kind of the development, if every one of us are acknowledging, then as Stephen Hawking once said, if this is the present, the state of consumption levels are maintained for coming years, even if there are 3 planets like Earth, we cannot meet demand for our requirement, because it is such a overcasting situation for the planet Earth. So if this goes, we have to look for resources in some other planet. This is what Stephen Hawking once telling. So coming to the recent developments, now we have what is called as a green capitalism. I think some of the initiatives that Dr. Atri, he pointed out in his presentation, a green capitalism. So once capitalism enters, I think the sustainability question takes a sideline, because capitalism and sustainability, they cannot go together, because capitalism thrives on making profit, unlimited profit. So therefore, now there are solar panels, and people are taking off substituting the batteries in place of petrol and diesel, because that is producing a lot of pollution. So therefore, they want to bring battery-operated automobiles to cities, and all over they want to introduce battery-operated vehicles. I think if this is the kind of, again, even though we consider that solar is a eco-friendly and battery is a, battery-operated vehicles are eco-friendly, what happens when it is produced on mass scale? So there are studies on warning us, if you go on installing solar panels in miles and miles together, please think over after 10 years or 15 years, if they become defunct, where this garbage will be dumped. They use a lot of heavy metals, and that heavy metal is so polluting to the environment, so dangerous to the mankind. So can we go on producing these solar panels, batteries on a mass scale? What will be its consequences? Can it be a sustainable alternative for us? According to me, whatever that is produced at a mass level may not be sustainable for a very long time. So coming to the early 70s, I think this kind of a trend was given warning bell by many philosophers. In this context, I quote one E.F. Schumacher, a British philosopher who wrote a very famous book called Small is Beautiful. So in this book, he had very clearly made a point that any mass production technology is not sustainable for a long time. So therefore, what we need is an appropriate technology. So where our consumption levels are properly defined. So if everything becomes an essential need, then I think to meet those essential needs, it is very difficult for the available resources with which we can, make our living standards appropriately sustainable. So coming to the last point, so that is what I was given in my title. That's about the wisdom of the East. So what wisdom people have to think, because what we are indoctrinated the models of development, they are all Eurocentric and West-centric. So earlier, if you go back some 50 years back, our situation was very, very eco-friendly, even though probably half all right, we had some problems like food production and other kinds of things. But the quality of environment 50 years ago, what we are finding today, there is a lot of difference. So we were better off in terms of quality of environment 50 years ago. So now we are talking about what kind of a approach we should have had towards the science. So the countering this subject-object dichotomy given to us by the European Enlightenment, our Eastern philosophies, they always advocated subject and object, they are not dichotomous, they are interdependent. They are harmonious to one another. So in fact, there is a subject in the object and there is an object in the subject. Because if you look at human body as the subject, so there are so many objects within that. This kind of a view may give us a compassionate attitude, a compassionate value towards nature. So this is missing in the European Enlightenment, the science and also the scientific premises. Now I think from the East we have one classic example that is called as the gross GDH, gross domestic happiness. In fact, the Western models, they measure development in terms of gross domestic product, which is a materialist calculation of the standards of development. Now the Bhutan, which is an Eastern society, which is an excellent model which gave us a very alternative way of looking at development. They came out with a new kind of a parameters to measure development. So that is called as gross domestic happiness. How much happy we are. So certainly I feel this is something we have to review. Where our the past deeds, the path we took, the civilizational path we adopted in the early post-enlightenment period and up to now. So I think some of these models developed by Bhutan are very, very relevant for today. So some of these points I thought I should share with you. So the way we actually went wrong is about our notion of the science itself, scientific perspective itself, and the perspective with which we are addressing the natural resources. This has more than 3 centuries history. So now I think we are under the influence of the pandemic. Life has become insecure, uncertainties all over, and this is an appropriate time for us to introspect where we have gone wrong and set our mindsets, attitudes, beliefs, and appropriate institutions in society where we respect the natural resources and we are the extension of the natural resources. If we look from the amoeba to the human beings, it is the natural environment which gave us an appropriate, the space for us to take birth and evolve up to this extent. So we forgot the very basic elements of nature through which our all body constituents are made up of, and now we are, consumer centric. So we are now becoming a consumerist society, and to satisfy our appetite, I think, as Stephen Hawking said, even another 3 Earth-like planets, if you provide, I think human, needs and wants cannot be satisfied. So this is where actually some intervention, rethinking, some de-learning and relearning has to take place. This is what I thought I should share on this occasion. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to share my views with the august audience. Thank you so much.
So today, since I'm not an environmental scientist, I'm working on plant biotechnology, and as you have heard about little bit on my activities and professional career on plant biotechnology. So I'm going to highlight some messages which have been developed worldwide by the scientists working on plant science globally. So the title of my present talk will be or has been given here, role of agricultural biotechnology to tackle the impact of climate change on crop plants. Since morning, our learned and honorable presenter, the first speaker, Professor has explained and elaborated the impact of climate change and different aspects of climate change very nicely. So I'll not invest or more time on that. But before going to shed some light on the role of biotechnology to tackle the changes incurred by this climate change, I want to share some background, like plants, basically the agricultural related plants. So you can say that agriculture and climate change are internally correlated with each other on various aspects, as the main cause of biotic and abiotic stresses are the climate change, and which has caused the adverse effect on agriculture of a particular region. And this effect may be sometimes positive or negative, but the negative part is the most greatest part, which will be explained later. And the land and its agriculture are being affected by climate change in different ways, like variation in annual rainfall, average temperature, heat waves, modification weeds, pests and microbes, global change of atmospheric carbon dioxide, ozone level, and fluctuation in sea level rise. The threat of varying global climate has greatly driven the attention of scientists, as these variations are imparting negative impact on global crop production and comprising the food security worldwide. According to some predicted reports, agriculture is considered the most endangered activity adversely affected by climate change. To date, food security and ecosystem resilience are the most concerning subject worldwide. Hence, the UN SDG goal has given the priority to ensure food security for the growing populations in the world. And so climate smart agriculture is the only way to lower the negative impact of climate variation on crop adaptation before it might affect global crop production drastically. This slide is the climate scenario, or which has been explained pretty nicely or by our first presenter, Professor Narayani, and I'm not going to explain more to make you bored. But as plant is the major part of the ecosystem, so we can say that because of anthropogenic activities or rising population, which is shrinking or grabbing the lands gradually and causing environmental changes or climate changes, which is threatening the loss of biodiversity, and major component is the plants. So the climate change is overall changes are there for in every cases of life, such as water, food, health, environment, and land. This is a dramatic scenario whose most obvious symptom would be the change in weather condition, more heat waves, storms, and floods caused by melting glaciers. And you can see this in this picture. And then it will cause flood, thunderstorm, lightning, and many years since recent years, every thunderstorm causes death in our country, because we have seen last few weeks, several deaths, casualties occurred due to lightning in our country, and you can see the heat waves. And this flight I have gathered from the FAO website. Here they have summarized the increasing number of different natural calamities like drought, flood, extreme temperature, storm, and total events you can see, which is changing, and that is a great matter of concern for us, because they are the major player for causing biodiversity loss. And here is a projection of temperature rise, which can change or cause a major detrimental effect to the biodiversity loss. I'm not going to explain it more. Here I want to spend a little time. Since biodiversity is our concern, ecosystem restoration will save the biodiversity, and loss of biodiversity is actually happening due to major human population growth, increasing consumption of this growing population, and reduced source of efficiency. And they are actually driving these primary drivers, which are largely causing the biodiversity loss. So this loss of climate change can directly, indirectly affect the agricultural production and socioeconomic, and finally cause socioeconomic impact on these following aspects. And finally, we will be in vulnerable conditions. So here I have collected one examples that you can see that world population versus food demand and crop production and yield. This graph clearly explains that this Asiatic region, they are having more population, and they have more demand for cereal crops. And in 2008, per acre food crop production were able to feed 8 people. Now the demand is increasing day by day, because of our population growth is comparatively higher than the other parts of the world, especially temperate region. So as a part of the scientific community, what is our role? The scientists from all over the world has come forward with their knowledge, and they have engaged with their scientific activities, research activities, and that has been summarized in this table. This table was collected from PubMed. This is the one of the part of the National Center of Biotechnology Information maintained by National Library of Science, US. So you can see that the abiotic stress and biotic stress related resources and were giving more emphasis, and abiotic stress were more emphasized than the biotic stress. And because due to climate change, we are facing drought condition and more saline condition, and gradually we will have more insect pest and microbes. So if we can identify genes from these plants which are able to survive in drought condition, and the plants which are able to grow in saline condition, or plants which have ability to resist infection caused by insect or viruses, fungi, bacteria, that will help us to cultivate rice, grain crops, especially cereals, which these Asiatic people are dependent on for their staple food. So you will be able to generate, develop, or produce more food to feed the growing population. And moreover, the Indian subcontinent in the Bangladesh region is the center of origin of rice, and we had more than 50,000 of land races of rice, which we need to pay attention, and they have a huge potentiality to tackle this type of problems caused by climate change. Here I am sharing one paper's activity through genomics, proteomics, and bioinformatics activities. They have tried to isolate genes from one rice variety called Pokali, and here they have compared the research system with IR64 that is not saline tolerant, but Pokali is saline tolerant. Then they have this is one of the picture of the manuscript published in Plant Cell Environment, volume 41, page 947 to 969. This is a very good paper which explained the isolation and characterization of this early stress response and late stress response genes, and finally they summarized the important genes which could be manipulated further in other rice varieties for growing in saline conditions. So what could be the contributions from agricultural biotechnology to restore ecosystem? These are the four active areas like greenhouse gas reduction, crop product adaptation, protection and increase in yield with less surface, and micropropagation techniques. The important one is I have mentioned last, but it is the mother of all above these techniques. So how greenhouse gas reduction can be done? It is you can see that agricultural biotechnology offers a solution to decrease greenhouse gases such as reduction of carbon dioxide emission by allowing farmers to use less and environmental friendly energy and fertilizers and practice soil carbon sequestration. Because you see that if you have plants which have capacity to tolerate high manure or high water content, and this situation if you do not have to apply more pesticides, then you can reduce carbon dioxide pollution, climate change pollution. In an estimation in 2011, it was said that use of pesticide tolerant and insect resistant biotech crops helped a reduction of 30 million kg of active ingredients worldwide, and decreased the rate of herbicide and insecticide sprays and plowing, reduced carbon dioxide emission by 23.1 billion kg of carbon dioxide, or removing, it is comparable to removing 10.2 million cars off the road. You can see the effect of agricultural biotechnology, how we can help to reduce the carbon dioxide gases. And crop adaptation, as it is highlighted that the changed climatic condition is creating more problem, or it is threatening the growth and development of crop plants or other plants growing in the nature. So if we can produce crops which could be growing in this changed climate, that will be more beneficial. So agricultural biotechnology has given us the opportunity, as I mentioned in the couple of slides before that, scientists in the world, they have employed their knowledge to identify genes from different plants or sources which can tackle the adverse condition like salinity or drought or cold or any flash flood like this. So these characters could be introduced in the plants which are essential for our food production or any other part of the climate ecosystem. So genetic modification and hybridization, these are the techniques are being currently used in this case. And finally, production and increase in yield with less surface, that is the utmost criteria, because one scientist named Boyer, he has reported that climate change have reduced crop yield up to 70% since 1982. That's why United Nations Sustainable Goal has projected us or demanded us to increase crop productivity up to 70%. So the major aim of agricultural biotechnology is to enhance the agricultural productivity and maximize the production capacity of our crops within these diminishing resources. And here is the micropropagation technique I'm explaining. Most of you may have the idea of this, because this developing or transferring gene from different sources is dependent on tissue culture process, which I have mentioned as genetic engineering. So once this tissue culture process is also developed based on the idea of totipotency. That means any living cell has the potentiality to give rise a mature plant of its parental type, given the situation. If you have provided favorable condition with PGRs and nutrient composition, the tissue can grow up as the seed to type its mother plant. So here the different stages of micropropagation has been mentioned, and using this micropropagation technique, we are coupled with gene transformation. We are now able to develop different types of GM crops, and here is the next couple of slides. I will share the experience of or examples of some different transgenic GM crops with different traits. You can see the salinity tolerant crops. Many genes have been identified which are giving the capacity to tackle these abiotic stresses like drought, cold, saline condition, or low phosphorus conditions, and have been used for the development of GM crop. One example I am mentioning here, that Oryzis OS means Oryzis sativa DREB1 gene is a transcription factor which has been used to develop transgenic sugarcane, and it is under field trial since 2009 to 2015 and will be released soon. And more than a dozen of other different genes have been used for the salt tolerance, like PDS45, and one of the genes which have been developed by Professor Narendra Tuteja in ICGB, which have been used in our lab also in different crops. And like this, many plants, sugarcane, rice, barley, wheat, and tomato are being under modification with different target genes for this abiotic stress tolerance. The drought resistance. Drought is another problem which is developed by climate change. So we are focusing to develop world scientists, plant scientists are focused on developing transgenic plants carrying genes for water stress management. There are different genes for categorized structural and regulatory genes highlighted here in bold faces. You can see are being used to develop transgenic plants, and transgenic crops carrying different drought tolerant genes are being developed in rice, wheat, maize, sugarcane, tobacco, Arabidopsis, groundnut, tobacco, tomato, potato, papaya, etc. And all these lists are available in this web link. I'll show it again in the last slide. And this type of plants, drought tolerant with insect protected varieties, are about to come to the market later part of this decade. Then another aspect is to tackle cold tolerance, like frost is one of the problem. So cold binding factor and DREB1 genes, these two transcription factor together has been used to develop transgenic plants. And in eucalyptus, one of the example is eucalyptus, which is under field trial because you know these genetically modified plants, before release they have to undergo several trials, and several safety issues, etc. So they before release, and one important gene isolated from a plant which grown in the Antarctica region. Name is this Dysprasia antarctica. This gene has been isolated from this plant and used in transformed in Arabidopsis thaliana, which is now capable of mm, tolerate frost condition up to -30°C. And in 2012, a genetically modified drought-tolerant maize Monsanto company has been developed. So the event name has been given MON 87460, which is capable of tolerate cold condition, which is expressing cold shock protein B, and now approved for use in the US market. Biotic crops, those are capable of heat stress, because high temperature is another problem which can destabilize some proteins. So HSP, different HSPs, those are heat shock protein, are capable of tackling those problems. In chrysanthemum, GM chrysanthemum, which has been developed using DREV1A gene from Arabidopsis thaliana, and other yeah, I'm about to finish. HSP 70. So these transgenic plants are now very good. And last example is the BT plant. This is a biotic stress tolerant plant, and you all know that this plant is now being under cultivation in our country, has been released. It is one of the first food crop, genetically modified food crop, and we are using this. And Philippines has come forward, and hopefully India will come forward soon to release this BT eggplant, because during cultivation of BT eggplant, farmers are spraying more than 80 times before harvesting mature eggplant. So if you cultivate BT eggplant, the spraying of insecticide will be reduced near to zero. So there you can understand how much pollution will be reduced. But this is the website which is having the world GM crop which have been approved till now. And this is the line graph showing the 5 major countries which are growing biotic crops. And in conclusion, we can say that agricultural biotechnology is so powerful that virtually everyone from farmer to scientist can use it. It is enabling the industries to make new and better products, often with greater speed and efficiency and flexibility. And acknowledgement, I have collected most of the information from this review plant paper and other internet resources. And finally, thank you very much for your question sharing. And I am also delighted to be part of this webinar. Thank you again.
The climate resilient land use systems for agro ecosystems with particular reference to tropical home gardens. Well, I need not have to much mention or explain about the importance of climate change in the present context. It has touched upon all the sectors of human life. Definitely, it also has affected our agriculture scenario very much. And the quote is very important, that climate change is the most severe problem that we are facing today, probably more serious even than the threat of terrorism, by Sir David King. So it's very important, and it mentions it, or it warns us the kind of change that is going to bring in all sectors of human life, especially on agriculture productivity. I'll be focusing more on the agriculture aspects. Well, the climate change impacts on agriculture productivity. If you look at this, it's very important to see that there is the future projected changes are very much alarming. Like the important crops like rice, wheat, maize, etc., are going to face severe decline in the productivity in the years to come if the business as usual scenario is going on in the climate change sector. And it is very important rather to see that Okay, I will give the pointer. Okay, you can see that the lower latitudes, especially the tropics, are going to be the major scapegoats, or rather these regions are going to be the much affected areas as far as the impacts of the climate change are concerned. And you can see that the wheat and the rice productivity declines in the lower latitude, especially in the maize yield. It's very much alarming. So this is the kind of scenario that is going to happen. So what it implies is that there is a paradigm shift is imminent, or there is a need for to bring a paradigm shift in the land use strategies. And we need to go for those kinds of systems which promote ecologically and economically viable land use practices, and agricultural practices that are resilient to climate change. Because, you know, especially I'm coming from Kerala, and the last 3 years, the Kerala has seen unprecedented changes in the climate, and we have been a large number of landslides and floods, which have, and it has estimated that the 2018 floods have contributed to about 30,000 crore worth productive financial loss to our agriculture sector itself. And so we need to go for the land use practices that are adaptable to climate change and that offer ecological balance and promote eco-restoration. And in the present context of the theme, this is a very important thing. The World Environment theme itself is the eco-restoration, and enhance agriculture productivity with cost effectiveness. So these are the areas which we need to focus in future if we want to really go, or if we want to really abate the kind of issues that are going to happen as a result of climate change. Well, you know, tree-based farming systems, this is probably one of the most important areas which our entire country is focusing on nowadays. Because of our commitments to the abatement of the climate change, India has already signed to the Paris Agreement, and you all know that we need to enhance the tree cover in the not only in the forest areas but also in the trees outside the forest. That is the area which we need to focus much as far as our Indian context is concerned. We have our intended nationally determined contributions, INDC. INDC commitments of our country is huge, and we need to restore so much of or sequester so much of carbon through several means. And India has declared that by 2030, India is going to achieve this by developing more tree cover in the trees outside the forest. And this is going to achieve through various strategies like agroforestry, farm forestry, social forestry, plantation forestry. These are all the strategies government of India has been planned. And many states have been given targets because their climate change action plans are there. I'm not going into details of that. I'll be focusing more on the trees outside the forest, because you know what is TOF. It's a very, very familiar term nowadays, because it tells you that the trees outside the forest, that refers to trees on the land not defined as a forest and other wooded land, or all trees growing outside the recorded forest area, irrespective of the patch size. This is also given by our Forest Survey of India. We have, you know, I think you all know about the Forest Survey of India has a report. It's a biennial report, and it's called the State of the Forest Reports. And as per these reports, we have the latest report. Also, we have the account of the trees outside the forest in our country. You know, the trees outside the forest, if you look at the 2019 document, it's very, very, very alarming to see that almost the entire country is having a very, very less area under tree cover in our agro ecosystems, except for states like Kerala or some of the northeastern states. You can see the trees cover in the agro ecosystem is less than 5%. Whereas in Kerala, maybe Kerala and Goa, these are some of the states where they have more than 30%. Even in Kerala, the most ironical fact is that the tree cover in the forest is much lower than that in the agro ecosystem. In the forest, it's only 21%, whereas in the agro system, it is only more than 30%. Well, I'm not going to the details of why should we go for the trees in the forest, the trees outside the forest, or why should we enhance or increase the tree cover. There are ecological reasons, there are socio-economic reasons. Because our forests give you a lot of lessons how much ecologically resilient our forests are in combating the climate change. So naturally, that kind of a message need to be transferred to the agro ecosystems. I'm not reading them one by one. We will go to another very important slide, which tells you exactly about why should we integrate the trees in the agro ecosystems or agriculture fields. That terminology itself is called agroforestry. No, see, this is the forest ecosystem. See, a forest ecosystem is called a tight ecosystem where the nutrients are not leaked. Nutrients are being absorbed by a pump from the soil through root system, and then they go to the soil, to the trees, and the leaves will be shedding them, and they will be contributing to enrich the soil. Even the roots which die, the fine roots which die in the soil, also get enriched. So they do a kind of fertilization in the soil. So this is what is exactly happening in a forest ecosystem. But you just see the second one is an agriculture system where it is totally leaky system, because so much of productivity is or the biomass is being removed from the system all the time. So there is nothing is being added to the soil to enrich, to maintain the fertility status of the soil. So we can say that in terms of the nutrients, in terms of the water conservation, in terms of the productivity, you can see that the agriculture system is a poor system or a leaky system. So what is the lesson we need to learn from this is that the forest is a very good system, but agriculture system is a leaky system. We need to blend these two together as an agroforestry system, where we judiciously integrate the trees in the agriculture fields, so that some of the lessons from the forest can be translated into the agriculture field. This is what is the most important one. Now, in this context, tropical home gardens have got a lot of relevance. I don't know how many of you know about the Nurul Islams are maybe knowing, because Bangladesh is a place where there is tremendous plenty of home gardens are existing. In Kerala, we have plenty of home gardens. Home gardens are time-tested, unique traditional land use practices. You won't find this kind of system everywhere in the world, and they are much more important in the daily life, in the livelihood security of the poor farmers in these sectors. They are the epitome of biodiversity or sustainability, and they meet the dietary requirements. They are wood-dominated or tree-dominated systems. You can see they resemble like a natural forest. And that is the beauty of the home gardens. They resemble like a natural forest, and they have got multi-layers. So from the ecological point of view, they are a kind of tight system which promote all kinds of ecological resilience. High carbon sequestration potential and climate change mitigation and adaptation. These are all the potential advantages of home gardens. Of course, this is the home. It is because every home garden is having a home definitely, and the premises will be the home garden. There will be small home gardens, medium home gardens, large home gardens likewise, and they meet the food, nutritional, and raw material. All kinds of functional advantages are being met from these systems. Distribution, they are distributed almost in the tropics. Almost in the tropics, and it is ironical to see that tropical home gardens are existing in those areas in the tropics where the livelihood or the socio-economic status of the people are very poor, and they are found in Java. They are called Talagaban or Pekarangan. In Java, it's called Pekarangan. Eastern Africa, it is there. It is in Central America. It is there in Kerala, definitely. It is there in Sri Lanka. It is there in Bangladesh. It is there in the Burkina Faso. Many videos. I have not taken all. So this is the broader perspective, broader coverage of the distribution of the home gardens. Well, the characteristics of the home gardens, they have structural, functional, managerial, and dynamics of the home gardens. Many things have to be discussed. Since the moderator has given me only very few time, I'm not going into the details of all those things. Well, you can see this web, the food web attached to the home gardens. See, there is a close interaction happening between the food security. Tree crops are there. They address the food crops. They address the vegetables requirements. They address the livestock security. They address the cash crop security. So it is a kind of integrated system wherein diverse components are being very judiciously integrated. Well, this is what I simply said. You can see all the three: social, ecological, and economic. These three are the pillars of the home gardens. Well, significance of the home gardens, definitely they contribute to the climate change amelioration, soil and water conservation, carbon sequestration, control of the pollution, flood control, tsunami. So many ecological benefits are there. The socio-economic benefits, probably they are the most important aspects, because they give you an array of diverse products, not only trees, many crops, animal components. So it is a system wherein you get multiple products. So even if a glut happens in the market for a particular product, you'll be definitely getting the product from another source. So when you have multiple products, the advantage is that the farmer is never affected. In one way or other, he or she will be getting continuously the benefits. Well, if you look at the number of the woody plants in the home gardens of different countries, you can see that the Indian home garden Kerala is also in the top, and the Pekarangan home gardens in Java, or they are also called the Javanese home gardens. This is the Pekarangan home gardens. They have but 199 woody species, whereas Kerala is having 127, and Tanzania and other are also in between. Well, when you come to the Indian context, again, you can see Kerala, Assam, Mizoram, Upper Assam, Meghalaya, Andaman. These are all the areas where we find plenty of home gardens. And Kerala is having 473, whereas Upper Assam is having 294 total number of species. So this tells you about the diversity of the species in the different home gardens in our country. Now, the early studies suggest Kerala. This is a study Kumar, of course, Dr. Kumar, Mohan Kumar, he has done a lot of studies on the home gardens of Kerala. Of course, I too had involved in a lot of studies on the home gardens of Kerala. These are some of the preliminary studies. The standing stock, you can see 6.6 to 50 cubic meter per hectare is the standing stock, and standing stock of fuel wood also you can see. And Simpson's diversity index is highly variable, and it go even up to 0.7. 0.7 you find in most deciduous forests, and even evergreen forests we find such diversity. Well, I'm not going to the details of all these things. The average number of herbs, shrubs, and the tree species present in many panchayats in the small, medium, and large home gardens of Kerala. You can see this is herbs, then you can see shrubs, trees, and the total. The interesting aspect is that this is the small home garden, medium, and large home garden. The number of species is more in the medium and small home gardens as compared to large home gardens. It's a very interesting aspect. Right? Okay. The reason is, I'll tell you why it happens. The simple reason is that large home gardens will be mostly having more monocrop based, or they will be like a coconut or arecanut, or so the species diversity will be relatively lower in large home gardens as compared to small home gardens. Whereas the small home gardens meet almost all the family requirements of the family, so that functional diversity is extremely high. Well, it's a very interesting. You can see that you can in fact divide the structurally. You can vertical stratification of a home garden. You can see most of the home gardens. For example, this is a Javanese home garden where they have 5 strata, like first story, second story, third story, fourth story, and you find almost 65 to 70% of the species of the relative frequency of the number of species will be in the lower story, or that is up to 1 meter height. So that's very interesting. When you look at the functional diversity of the home gardens, again, it is very interesting. You can see they provide you almost all kinds of your dietary requirements, nutritional requirements. But if you look at the peri-urban and urban home gardens, always peri-urban or rural home gardens are giving you much better result, much better composition as compared to urban home gardens. And among the various functional components, you can see that fruit plants give you the highest, because fruit trees are giving a lot of, one of the most important component of our home gardens is the fruit plants. Well, these are all the studies which we did on the home gardens, peri-urban, urban home gardens, the number of plant species. There is a large gap between the urban and peri-urban home gardens in terms of the number of plant species as well as in terms of the number of tree species. Well, standing stock of carbon, because we said about it is a climate resilient system, or it's a climate friendly system. Why? Simply because of the tree component available and sequester considerable amount of carbon in the soil. So this picture is a very interesting study on the soil organic carbon content in the various ecosystems, where you can see this HGL is the home garden large, HGS is the home garden small, as compared to any other systems, except for the forest and rubber. You can see that home gardens give you reasonably high. And another interesting aspect is that smaller home gardens are sequestering more carbon in the soil as compared to larger home gardens because of their high diversity. So diversity is very much directly proportional to the soil organic carbon content. This is a vertical stratification of the soil. You can see it is a 0 to 20 centimeter depth, 20 to 50 centimeter depth, 50 to 80 centimeter. See, in all these depths, even at the 80 to 100 centimeter depth, you can see the large and small home gardens give you reasonably high carbon content. So what does that indicate? For example, the last one is the paddy. Paddy is giving you the least because the root system is not reaching to the lower depths. Okay, whereas home gardens give you the root system penetrate deeper into the soil, and they provide you a lot of fertilization by way of the root dynamics. Root dynamics, so it's called the fine root dynamics. Well, I'm not going to the different tree species. You have a lot of changes that happened in the recent times. For example, in 1994, this was the preference in Kerala for the tree species. Now it has been changed, and you can see tree species, both timber species as well as fruit trees have got a lot of preference in the recent times. Home gardens, soil diversity is also very, very important. Well, coming to the climate, the resilience of the home gardens. See, the richness of the woody component, on the availability of large number of tree species, they sequester considerable amount of carbon both in the above ground biomass and in the soil. That leads to a resilience to the climate change. And the high species diversity and soil faunal diversity is another important factor. And the patterns of carbon sequestration are quite unique in the home gardens. I have already mentioned that even in deeper depths, the home gardens are able to sequester considerable amount of carbon in the soil. Well, only partial removal. That is important. See, unlike other plantations, we are not removing everything from the home gardens. It is relatively permanent. That is, and below ground root growth is another important. We have already discussed that. And the great agrobiodiversity. I have already mentioned that you will never find any kind of agriculture system where so much of biodiversity is maintained. That's why it's called the epitome of biodiversity. Well, gender dimensions, because it's very interesting to see that women are managing the home gardens. They take part in the development of the home gardens, in harvesting of the home garden products, processing of the home garden process. And study revealed that 52% of the women participate in decision making in selecting species for the home gardens. Well, this is a very interesting thing. See, in Kerala, we get about 35% of our wood requirement from the home gardens. And if you look at the rubber, if you add up the rubber and home garden provide you almost 80% of our wood requirements. And the forest provide you very less. Forest department provide you only 1.6%. It's a very interesting phenomenon aspect. Well, I'm not going to the details of what's happening in the Kerala in the recent years. So much of issues are happening in Kerala. Decline in the productivity has been. See, this red line is nothing but it is rice. Rice was 750,000 hectares of rice was there during the 1960s, and that has scooped down or come down to very, very less, and it is less than 2 lakhs now. So almost many of the products, except for the rubber, there has been an increase in the rubber. This green indicates an increase in the number, whereas almost all the products. So this is what is the scenario happening in our country. It is applicable to almost all the states. The kind of scrupulous and unscientific exploitation of the natural resources, right? Well, shifting the trends in the home gardens, because home gardens are declining very much in Kerala and in other parts of the country, and the paddy fields are declining, or they convert the structural configuration of the home gardens, and the precious paddy fields are being converted. This is a very interesting phenomenon. This is a study we did very recent. We did in 2012. It's a very interesting study. We have the satellite imagery of a particular region in 2001, and exactly the same frame we took in 2012 using the satellite imagery, and you can see the kind of land use change. See, so much of built-in areas has come, right? So there are a lot of shifts or the issues happening. I will tell you, rapid urbanization is one important major issue that is affecting the home gardens. Land fragmentation in Kerala, every year we have, for example, 10 lakh new settlement has come in Kerala during the last 5 years. So home gardens are being fragmented. That is one other important issue. Alternate opportunity cost of the land, because land is very precious. When you have these kinds of lands, they have got other land use options. So they are being scrupulously, or they are being indiscriminately, they have been removed or they have been affected. Next, I'm going to the conclusions because I've been rushing through because of the time limits. Human tropics undergo unusual and undesirable land use changes. And in this context, climate change and its associated havocs have probably compounded the issues much complicated. And there is a paradigm shift towards responsible agriculture, responsible land use practices, which takes care of the climate change, or which are resilient to climate change, which are adaptable to the climate change. And decline in the home garden productivity of the tree belt calls for paradigm shifts. And probably we need to undertake strategies like revitalization of the tropical home gardens. Government of Kerala has taken a lot of measures for the revitalization of the tropical home gardens, because they are the traditional home gardens. They have been evolved through thousands and thousands of years of crop intensification by the family. It's a family order. So the parental, it goes back to several generations. Okay, so such a time-tested system need to be preserved, and they need to be ecologically, they need to be made ecologically and economically viable. Okay, there must be strategies for the promotion of the tree farming, profitable auction, awareness on the climate resilience of the agroforest, and potential ecosystem services. Okay, so payment for ecosystem services, that is very important area, because the home gardeners probably are maintaining large number of trees in their homesteads, which are responsible for maintaining their hydrological balance, maintaining the soil health, and many ecological services are rendered by the home gardens. By simply maintaining some tree in his forest, in his premises, that is contributing to many people in the surroundings. So that particular person is definitely deserve a kind of compensation for not cutting the tree for the benefit of the others, for not cutting the trees for the benefit of the others. So that particular person is definitely is to be rewarded for that through payment for ecosystem services. And the government agencies, government also should forward for promoting these kind of payments to the ecosystem services.
So I'm very happy to be here on the occasion of this preparatory webinars for the World Environment Day. And I'm also thankful for having adjusted my program from later in the day to early in the day. Because of today being Telangana Formation Day, some unscheduled programs have come up, which I am required to attend. So I'm very thankful to the organizers for having rescheduled my program. Without taking further time, I would like to go for screen sharing and a small presentation. The World Environment Day on June 5th, so a historical perspective of the last 5 years, starting from 2015 to 2020. It may be very common to all the experts and who are sitting here on this forum. But when I was going through this, I found that many of these things are not just slogans, but they are meaningful dialogues for action, which are perhaps more relevant in 2021 because of the prevailing situation that we are now all facing, especially in India, where the second wave has hit us hard. Now, the 2015 slogan was 7 billion dreams, one planet, consume with care in Italy. And I don't have to say further, this is very much relevant today. The dreams of 7 billion people on this one planet and how we are fighting to survive and see that our dreams are kept alive and we are able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. In 2016, zero tolerance for the illegal wildlife trade, Angola. There are some reports again which are coming up that the COVID-19 is not a natural epidemic, but something which has been engineered due to various actions in some part of the world. Illegal wildlife trade again draws our attention to the dangers that such things pose for mankind, that of facing the whole world, or forcing rather the whole world to face such a problem of insurmountable proportions. 17, connecting people to nature, again as relevant as now. We are all simple things. We are all told nowadays that switch off the AC, open your windows. Whereas we had earlier been told that artificial lighting and artificial air circulation and centralized AC systems are the best for any big buildings or office complexes. We are going back to nature where we are opening our windows. Even when we are driving in the vehicles, even though AC is on, but we are keeping our window at least half open or if not fully open. Beat plastic pollution. This is of course as relevant today as at any other time. The problems that we are, the mounting problems of plastic pollution that are affecting us in various ways, right from the underground water levels being affected because of water being the aquifers being choked, the natural drains being affected, and then air pollution in China 2019. Ironically, in 2019, when the World Environment Day 2019 was held on 5th June in China, they were talking about beat air pollution, and later in the same year, this whole COVID-19 problem has arisen. And now in 2020, last year, time for nature, again, going back to nature, which is very much again relevant. So all these things ultimately tell us that World Environment Day is nothing but a reminder to us to go back to nature, to connect people to nature, to allow the other species to allow them to survive in their own way, to have what in Indian tradition is called peaceful coexistence. There is no sort of encroachment into the domain of other species, and if that is one of the possible causes that we have perhaps overstepped the limits. Some of these things are worth thinking about, deliberating about when we are talking about World Environment Day, and I leave it to the judgment of the learned people who are on the seminar, the teachers and the students who are part of this seminar to think more about it. And in 2021, it is ecosystem restoration is the theme, with reimagine, recreate and restore. We are reimagining, recreating, restoring. Again, everybody has to have his own way of handling it, own way of dealing with it. And again, there is no limit to one's reimagination, to one's recreation, or to one's restoration. Some of the examples later in the slide will show how we have done it in EP, tried to do it in EPTRI. And Pakistan is going to host World Environment Day under this theme. Our neighbor country is hosting it. So I think it's very close to us. It's very relevant for us, and happy that we are part of this seminar today, where we are discussing about the theme of ecosystem restoration, reimagine, recreate, and restore. So World Environment Day is dedicated to the protection and revival of precious ecosystems all the world. And United Nations has declared this decade, starting from this World Environment Day, that is on 5th June 2021, as the decade on ecosystem restoration. And objective is to prevent, halt, and reverse ecosystem degradation and secure a sustainable future for all. The sustainable future, sustainable development goals, sustainable environment, sustainable development, these are all phrases that we keep hearing. And today is a time when we perhaps think more about it and try to, as the theme says, reimagine, recreate things so as to restore the ecosystem. Because it has become a point where restoration is required. Restoration, as we all know, is a point where something has gone beyond self-recovery. So there is some external factor required. So nature on its own cannot self-restore itself. It needs a restoration, a helping hand, and that helping hand has to be given by mankind. That is what I understand of this theme of this dialogue that we are having on the World Environment Day and the theme of ecosystem restoration. Now, what is the importance of ecosystem? Ecosystems are the web of life on Earth. A web, as you know, is something which is totally interconnected, where what is the beginning and what is the end is not known. That is even told of the universe, that is even told of nature, that is even told of the sky, of everything, that neither the beginning is known or the end is known. And web of life is also like that. Which species is more important for us? Which species is more dangerous for us? We don't know. But the whole web is important. So if the whole web is preserved, somehow it will balance itself out. And as it was told long back famously, survival of the fittest will take place. An ecosystem comprises all the living organisms and their interactions with surroundings. I think that is well established and very clear, that how everything is interconnected, what we call coexistence, what we call in Indian philosophy, in Indian systems, even in our politics, it was told peaceful coexistence. We had an agreement called the Panchsheel Agreement in the 1950s, which talked about peaceful coexistence of the superpowers. And then ecosystems provide us with priceless benefits, with stable climate and breathable air, supplies of water, food, and materials of all kinds. So the benefit of ecosystem, apart from preserving the life that subsists in that ecosystem, it does not only take, it also gives. That is the beauty of nature, that anything in nature not only gives, not only takes, but it also gives in return. I think we have to learn that what we take from nature, we also need to give it back. And that again fits in with the theme of today, that is reimagine and recreate and restore. We can recreate, we need not again go for new things. We can always give it back, whatever we have taken. Small, if you have taken a paper and small thing, I do it every day in office. If it is printed on one side, use the other side. If not for some formal printing, at least for some rough writing, some rough work, some homework, some scribbling. Why throw it in the dustbin? Just because it is that paper is become irrelevant. A very, very simple thing, but just if we practice it, and the numbers that we have, 7 billion, as we said, dreams. If 7 billion people practice, it becomes 7 million papers. And you can go on multiplying and imagine what would be the impact of a single action of ours. So the importance of ecosystem is very much relevant. And the best and the most important part, or the most relevant part, is that it begins with us. Generally in environment, there is a tendency, what I have seen in my 30 years of career, that you always think that the other person has to take care of environment. You are only just a listener or a viewer or a spectator. You are as much a part of whatever is being talked about environment as you expect anybody else to be part of it. It is not we versus they, or I versus him, or something like that. It is everybody. It begins with everybody. It ends. It's a web of life. Where it begins and where it ends, nobody knows. So you are also part of that web. You are also part of that chain. And that is why in today's world, the slogan is break the chain. Because that chain is affecting us. The moment 5 people come, it becomes a chain. And that is helping the COVID to spread. You have to break the chain. So you see both the positives and negatives. The chain is inbuilt in society, in life. Now we are told break the chain. How do you break the chain? By social distancing, by wearing masks, by wearing whatever else, whatever doing, whatever is there. So chain is an inherent part of life, and the very fact that today everybody advises everybody else to break the chain is goes to show that we are as much a part of the chain as anybody else, and our responsibility is as much as anybody else, and that is why in the present situation, it says that stay at home, stay safe, because if you are doing it without expecting others to do it or not, at least you are helping to break that chain at some point of time. So we see the positives and negatives of it in our own scenario and take lessons from it. Now, something to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. And in that, the third goal is good health and well-being. And the Sustainable Development Goals were part of the 2015 UN member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And various objectives are there, various goals are there. And environment is one of the most important, overall umbrella goal, which we can say. And in that there are sub-goals: no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, etc., and so on and so forth. And last one, if you see the 17th one, it talks about partnership for the goals. And today what we are doing is talking about this partnership of the goals, for the goals. What we are doing, this dialogue, is for creating awareness, about the goals, about the larger issues among ourselves, among students, so that they are better prepared. They are able to take more action than perhaps we have been able to do, and thereby increase as we were saying, that restoration, increase the capacity for restoration. As I said, we have to do ecosystem restoration. Restoration means something has to be done. So there are more hands, more helping hands for nature. Nature is perhaps unable to do it on its own. Still it is doing, but it needs helping hands. And those helping hands come from all of us, whether we are teachers, whether we are in the government, whether we are just sitting at home, whether we are students. We are all part of that partnership. And today I'm happy that EPTRI is also a part of this partnership, along with so many other institutions. And I am very proudly, I can say that we are all part of this common celebration, common occasion, where we are talking about the environment and the theme for this decade, the theme for this year, and then the theme for the Sustainable Development Goal for 2030 agenda also. So all these things are making sense, and the ensuring the healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages is the most important, one of the goals of the Sustainable Development Goal. And we are all part of this common effort, common endeavor, common enterprise. And I am therefore, without going into the theoretical aspects, which all our learned experts will be in any case showing, I am talking in a more general practitioner way, that how we can convert these slogans, these themes, these actionable points into tangible practical action by everybody. There's a tendency, again, I have seen among people, that environment, they think, is something left to experts. It is undoubtedly something in today's world, everything is best left to experts. But there is also a need for common action, common cause, social action, combined action, partnership. As I was saying, breaking the chain or making the chain. So it depends on us. For some things, we need to break the chain. For some things, we need to make the chain. And today, we are making the chain for ecosystem restoration. We are required to break the chain for the pandemic. But the chain is the same. It's not that we have different chains. And that common chain is nothing but nature. We are as much a part of it as any other species. We are as much a part of it as illegal wildlife that is being traded. We are as much a part of it as any other activity that is going on, whether it is in the, as you can see in these, whether it is life below water, whether it is consumption, whether it is usage, wastage, plastic. All these things are all interrelated. The web of life. What is the beginning? What is the end? Nobody knows. So we need to therefore be very alert, very sensitive, and very concerned on these things. So I therefore invite all of you to kindly take up this this responsibility, not as I versus them or we versus them, but as each one as a part of the chain, the common chain that we all are. Okay. And restoring ecosystem means, so I was talking of these three boxes at the end or the bottom of the slide: actions, choices, and voices. So actions: start your own on the ground initiative, join an existing restoration or conservation effort, help build an allowance to give a bigger boost to nature's comeback. These are just examples. The choice is yours, and how you choose is again explained here. That change your behavior and spending to shrink your local and global environmental footprint. So change your behavior and spending. Choice is yours. Divert resources towards companies and activities that bring back nature. Today we are diverting oxygen from steel plants and many other industries for patients. So we have reached that. So unless and until we keep everything in balance, we are forced to do it. So encourage others around you to do the same. So the make again are very important, and we need to be very conscious of what are the choices that is going to affect the environment and what are the choices that will help restore the ecosystem. And then voices. So make your voice and ideas count in debates about how to manage your local environment, about how we can make our societies and economies fairer and more sustainable. Press decision makers to do the right thing. We need to make people not only aware, but we need to make people, if we find necessary, to make people take action also. So it's not that we just sit and talk about it or do it at our level. That is the first step. But making others do it is as important as ourselves doing it. As I said, whether we make the chain or break the chain depends on us. Now, this is just an example to showcase what we have done in EPTRI. And this is a small natural water body that we have in our campus next to our hostel. And restoration has been done of this wetland. As you can see, the restoration work has been done. And we are able to have so many species here, which are coming here and thriving on these flora and fauna both. And we are very happy to showcase it. Recently, we have started partnership with a neighboring institution called NITIM, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management in Gachibowli. They also have a lake. They also are maintaining it well, but they want to have a common experience sharing because they are more focused on tourism and management. So we have started this partnership with them. As I was saying, partnership is important. So what we have done, if we can do it, this birds and flora, fauna, both the flora and fauna, both will get a chance to have more habitat, more ecosystems where they can flourish and thrive. These are the glimpses of our campus. As you can see, we are in the heart of Gachibowli, but we are maintaining a totally green environment full of greenery and preservation. As you can see, this second one from the left, there's a big rock with natural growing creepers on it. There are a lot of it's an ecosystem by itself, as I was talking. And I'm very happy to say that in EPTRI, for the last 30 years, it has been preserved. And if we do these type of things, it is so helpful. We have even peacocks here, which come on their own and then they spend their time and go away. So this is what has been done practically in EPTRI as a part of our environment restoration. And I'm sure that it will also help us to conserve resources, sustain life, educate yourself so that you can take things forward. So thank you all for giving me a patient hearing and giving me this opportunity. I thank you all for this on this occasion and wish you all the best for this World Environment Day. Thank you.
We need to go back to 1960. That is roughly about 60 years ago, when in the United States and UK, because of the rapid industrialization, the air they were breathing was becoming increasingly poison, and the water there was becoming more and more poisonous. In such a situation, one environmental biologist by name Rachel Carson, Rachel Carson started writing articles to New York Times and other papers. And New York Times, as part of its social responsibility, started giving more and more coverage. And in fact, they went to the extent of almost a column every week. Encouraged by the response the society was giving her, she published a book known as The Silent Spring. This book, the Silent Spring, here the word spring it denotes life. That is, life should automatically be continuous. But unfortunately, we human beings, we are making it very extremely difficult for life to continue to sustain itself. And she projected scenarios where it will become extremely difficult and ultimately the planet Earth may become lifeless. This particular book can be described as a book which launched environmentalism at the global level. It compelled people to take a second look at the kind of development they were pursuing in all the countries till then, particularly in America. And America, I request all of you to please focus the period between 1960 and 1970. It was a period where the Americans, the best in the Americans came out. Politically, they had John F. Kennedy, who was almost like a charisma, who stood for democracy, civil liberties, and he was for racial equality. And basically, he was relentlessly trying to integrate and internalize every American into the political system. Then we have Martin Luther King, who was working for human rights and trying to create a more level playing ground in the United States between the whites and blacks. A great human being and continuously working on peaceful lines on Gandhian technology. He unfortunately was eliminated. John F. Kennedy was killed. But then Ralph Nader The consumer activist is still alive today. But what a marvelous contribution Ralph Nader has. It's not just consumers. He was trying to protect the environment on environmentalism, on democracy, on consumers. He was taking the corporates in the United States by their horns and compelling them to abide by the law, compelling them to come out with products which will take the safety of the people into consideration. After this, one American senator, he took the lead and tried to sensitize the world. And because by then it was becoming increasingly knowledgeable that the planet Earth was going to face a large number of serious problems. And these problems, as identified by the universities then, were basically focusing on 5 major environmental issues. One, the depletion of the ozone layer. Second is global warming leading to climate change. Third is the loss of biodiversity. In other words, it is a story of vanishing species. Fourth is the expanding deserts. And the fifth one is the danger posed by nuclear reactors and nuclear bombs. But in addition to these, there was also a big debate on the kind of development that the nations in the world were thrusting on their respective people. Governments throughout the world, they call some activity as development and they thrust it on the people without consulting them, without involving them. But the people, what the government promotes as development was appearing to be destruction. And that's why in many a nation, particularly in democratic countries, people started questioning the kind of development that governments were promoting at the promptings or initiatives of the corporates. At this particular stage, United Nations, that is where UN becomes very important. They took the lead and they organized a major conference. It is known as the first United Nations Conference on Human Environment, and this was organized in Stockholm. And for the first time, it enabled the nations of the world to come together and discuss threadbare the problems faced by the planet Earth. Secondly, it was a tremendous exercise. And I can safely say that after the Stockholm Conference, environment as a subject came to occupy the top position in the agendas of all the universities and all the governments of the world. The civil society, of course, was always in the forefront and they tried to keep it up. After Stockholm, it was a period of 10 years. We call it in the academics, in the universities, since we have done our PhDs on this particular subject, we have gone through the emerging literature at that particular stage, and the review of literature very clearly indicates that there has been tremendous progress, a spurt, something like a burst of a volcano on environmental knowledge. Suddenly, everybody started discussing this particular subject. Now, UN itself, United Nations, was worried. It was perplexed, worried because not because of it was afraid of the increasing knowledge, but then it was worried because the knowledge itself was multidimensional and it became extremely difficult for UN to keep a track of the emerging and therefore they appointed a commission. And this commission is known as the World Commission on Environment and Development. It was headed by Mrs. Gro Harlem Brundtland. And this particular commission, which came into being in 1983, it worked for 4 years. They submitted the report 1987, and the United Nations then organized another global conference. And this was organized in 1992 Rio. And that particular conference came to be known as the Earth Summit. Now, the World Commission on Environment and Development, they made it extremely easy for the academic community to connect to the subject. They went through the emerging literature, review of literature, and finally they chapterized it. And as already pointed out, a chapter on ozone depletion, global warming leading to climate change, desertification, loss of biodiversity, and the nuclear threat. But in addition to this, the report also focuses on the need of the nation states. That is, the governments of all the states, they need to concentrate on the essential needs of the poorest of the poor. And on that, there cannot be any compromise. And the people of the world, the suffering people, are not going to wait eternally. So the UN cautioned the nations of the world, and they gave them a prescription, an agenda. And this agenda, which was adopted in 1992, was known as Agenda 21. Now, friends, Agenda 21 is nothing but a package of practices, a package of the laws to be enacted and institutions to be created in all the countries of the world in order to address the globing environment, the growing environmental concern at the global level. Now, a few countries responded favorably. Out of the 194, 95 countries, we have all kinds of governments. Some governments are based on religion, some on ideology, some are pure military dictatorships, and in quite a large number of countries, democracy is being suppressed. The will of the people is not allowed to be discussed. So, as a result, there has been a lot of imbalance when it comes to the responses of the states to this very important subject. Having said this, United Nations, when it came to year 2000, they thought that they need to give a very simple package for the nations of the world, and they gave what is known as the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. And these MDGs are basically 8 in number, and the attempt is to focus on the essential needs of the poorest of the poor. And these 8 are the basic needs of the people. The first one is poverty. Second is, these are the problems. Overcoming these problems will become the goal. So poverty, illiteracy, thirst, then child mortality, hunger, diseases, environmental degradation, and women parity. We call it as equity, women issues. So these 8 problems have got to be addressed on a war footing, and the time frame given to the nations of the world was only 15 years. That is from the year 2000 to 2015. It was expected that all the countries in the world will focus on addressing the problems of the poorest of the poor. Unfortunately, I'm not here to say that nothing has been done, but what is being done in most of the countries is something like doles. Some kind of a pension, some kind of a small little subsistence allowance. And activity, when it comes to going to the rescue of the poorest of the poor, has not been based on sustainability. As a result, in all the countries of the world, particularly, South Asia, Africa, Latin America, we find and we realize that unless the ecosystem is taken care of, the suffering of the people living in that particular ecosystem, it can never be addressed. For example, the people living in a forest ecosystem. See, at say about 50 years ago, 100 years ago, that particular forest may have been healthy. And also at that particular time, the population in the forest was less. And people living in a symbiotic relationship with the background ecosystem. They were living in harmony with the background ecosystem. And that particular ecosystem would take care of the nutritional needs of the poor, of the people there. But over a period of time, because of the greediness of the corporates, logging has taken place, they started felling the trees in a big way. And elsewhere in Brazil and other forests in Africa, and also in Australia, we have seen how forest fires have been destroying whole ecosystems. And that's a very serious issue. And it is a very serious issue, particularly for the biodiversity in the forest and for the human beings. The forest, the indigenous people, or in other words, the people, the humanity that is there in the forest, and their habitats have been destroyed, and it is becoming very tough for the people to continue to live there. Now, even as the MDGs were expected to be implemented or addressed, that is, governments in throughout the world, they should be addressing those 8 major problems, and they should be, enabling the people to overcome on those 8 fronts. But then the UN was, they played a visionary role, and they continuously started working. What action the nations of the world should follow after 2015? And that is where, they started working silently on another package, which will be more acceptable, more sustainable. And by 2010, once again, the world met in Johannesburg, and they discussed and adopted a book. And that book is The Future We Want. That book is entitled The Future. The report is entitled The Future We Want, and it contains the seeds of Sustainable Development Goals. 2015, the goals were adopted. Almost all the countries signed, and it was a unanimous decision. And today, these goals are now under, humanity is in various stages of realizing those goals. In India, I'm not saying nothing has been done, but definitely as an environmental activist, I don't see much activity which can be described as sustainable. It's a very unfortunate thing. There's a lot of pain in my heart. I need to mention that we in this country are not a witness to governmental initiatives which will go a long way in promoting sustainability. Now, there are a lot of examples. For example, I'll give you CGR. We have been working on Eastern Ghats. As all of you are aware, friends, Eastern Ghats originate, and we can take it as a continuous, as a mountain range, which is located on the east coast of India, almost parallel to the coastline. But it is not, unlike the Western Ghats, it is not a continuous mountain range. There are gaps between, and we find Eastern Ghats in Orissa, in Andhra Pradesh, and partly in Telangana, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. Maybe slightly it can extend into certain areas of Kerala because of the contiguity of the mountains. Now the question is, when we have an ecosystem which is spreading into nearly 5 or even more states, what is the mechanism that the government of India has created in order to protect the Eastern Ghats? On paper, right now, there is nothing. If you ask the Ministry of Environment, they are blissfully ignorant. In fact, they are not even conscious that they need to come up with an institutional framework to protect the Eastern Ghats. As a result, the task of protecting is left to the states, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. And what we notice is a completely disjointed, disconnected activity, and there is no what we call contiguity, nothing. As a result, you find the Eastern Ghats have been ravaged, destroyed in the name of development. Huge dams have come up. Mining is going on like anything in Orissa, in Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. And tomorrow, if this present rate of destruction continues, nothing will be left. And in fact, we have another problem in this country in the name of religion. Because just because there is some shrine atop a mountain, and we begin to lay guard roads and huge 100-kilometer roads. Take for example Sri Srisalam or Tirupati. I don't know. In the name of God, we are destroying the mountains. And well, that's a too sensitive issue. But then we should be bold enough to discuss. Similarly, when it comes to Himalayas, Himalayas are located. A lot of nation states are involved. China, Pakistan, even Bangladesh, though not directly geographically, but it will be affected if Himalayas are destroyed. Burma or Myanmar, Nepal, India, and how many rivers originate in the Himalayas? And what if they continue to be destroyed? There is no coordination between the nation states and within a country also, even in India, right from Jammu Kashmir to Assam or Meghalaya. What is the big coordination? The country it doesn't have a single purpose vehicle in order to protect the Himalayas. Lastly, I do not wish to I would like to focus on what UN should be doing. United Nations in its present form is incapable of addressing global environmental concerns. It has done a great job in highlighting the issues. It brought the nations of the world together and told them to discuss. It did the homework and presented reports. Our common future, the future we want, Agenda 21, MDGs and SDGs. But in addition to this, I request everybody to please recall the conferences of parties, COPs on climate change, on biodiversity, and also when you take into consideration the innumerable agreements that are entered into multilateral environmental agreements between the nations. There are more than 600 such agreements existing. But where is the compliance? Who is going to monitor them? So UN should be reformed, restructured. It should be empowered. And what I suggest is that we need to immediately create a global environmental code. It has to be there. We need to have, otherwise, already we have problems with Pakistan over sharing of water. Naturally, similarly, Bangladesh has a problem with river water. Not only, we have a problem with China when it comes to Brahmaputra. So not just a few countries here, but in every country. Look at the Nile, which starts flowing from, the origins, Lake Victoria, and then ultimately goes to Egypt, traversing at least 7 to 8 countries. And what if the countries at the higher reaches, when they build a dam, it's always a big tussle. And even when it came to Aswan Dam, there was a big threat. So distribution of river waters is going to be a major issue. So will the UN create institutions in order to address these issues? Now look at the ocean and the plastic pollution. Absolutely, all the oceans in the world, it is said by 2040, that is another 19 years to go, there will be more plastic in the oceans than fish. That means we are destroying the ocean, we are destroying the North Pole, South Pole. All the global commons are being destroyed, and humanity is a mute witness. What is it that we have planned? If we love the next generation, if we recognizing our responsibility towards them, we have to create institutions, we have to empower UN, and we the people living in different countries, our friend from Nurul Islam from Bangladesh and other friends from different countries, yes, we all should come together and we should learn to make a common cause. We have to wage common struggles for the common future of life on this planet Earth. Otherwise, David uttered, a statement final statement, 95-year-old elderly gentleman who has been working relentlessly for the past 70 years. And in his final testament, he said that it is his, he has been a witness to the virtual destruction of what we call the common spaces, the open areas, which are meant to be for all. Fortunately, everything is lost. Let us all take a serious look. Options like World Environment Day. This day provides us an opportunity to reconnect, and we the people, we have common states. Already we are in the midst of pandemics. The foolishness of some people in some countries is hurting the us and the lives of everybody in the world.
Dr. K.M. Khalil has many titles such as academician, researcher, environmentalist, artist, nature photographer, ornithologist, etc. At present, he is the principal of the Sir Syed Institute of Technical Studies in Taliparamba, Kannur, Kerala. And he is also a research guide of the Kannur University. He was the former executive director of the State Council for Open and Lifelong Education, Kerala. Also the former course director of Department of Environmental Studies in Kannur University. He was the principal of Sir Syed College, Taliparamba, and he has 32 years of teaching experience. He was the member state level expert appraisal committee constituted by the Government of India, member of the Faculty of Science of Kannur University, chairman of the Board of Studies in Botany of Kannur University, and he has produced 2 MPhil and 9 PhD students under his guidance. He received the Best Teacher Award by Air India in 2004. He has awarded Dr. Radhakrishnan National Award on Education and Environment in 2013. He has 52 research papers in international and national journals and has authored 3 books on birds, mangroves, and plant diversity. He has attended International Ramsar Conference at Romania in 2013 and at Dubai in 2018, and attended and chaired a session in the COP11 International Convention on Biological Diversity in 2012, and also attended and presented paper in the International Conference of Botanists by UNESCO at Paris, and also at Japan, Kuwait, Malaysia, Taiwan, Mauritius, etc. And he has completed 3 major research projects of Department of Atomic Energy of Government of India. He discovered a new fungus species, and recently a newly discovered plant, Rotala khaliliana, by the scientists of M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation Center, was named after him in honor of his contribution to the science. Okay, so by these few words, I welcome Dr. K.M. Khalil to this session. Over to you, Khalil, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malik Fasil, for your good words. And my dear friend and chairman of this session, Mr. Malik Fasil, the HOD of Forestry of Sir Syed College, and the chief guest of this session, Sri Adhar Sinha IAS, and other speakers, Professor T.K. Kunyamu and Professor K. Purushottam Reddy, and the moderator, Dr. Halim Khan, and all the participants and organizers. Good afternoon to everybody. I think we are running too late, so I will conclude my speech within 5 or 10 minutes. So today, the Environment Day, all over, not today, it is on 5th June, it is the Environment Day. All over the world, it will be observed with different activities. So we know that the theme of this year is ecosystem restoration. So there are many different types of ecosystems. So I choose to study the wetland ecosystem. So my topic in this webinar is the conservation challenges of wetlands in the changing land use and changing climate. So wetlands, we know that it is broadly defined as a variety of shallow water bodies and high groundwater environments that are characterized by permanent or temporary inundation. In most cases, we have the temporary inundation in wetlands. the floodplains and areas along rivers and lakes that are seasonally inundated, upland areas that are covered with peatlands, tundra areas in Upper Russia, Canada and Alaska, and coastal areas affected by the daily sea level fluctuations are included in wetlands. As per the one estimate given by Ramsar Secretariat, in the earth all over the world, we have about 20% swamps and 15% floodplains and 24 million hectares of mangroves area and about 60 million hectares of coral reefs. The largest remaining areas of wetlands are the high latitudes and the tropics. The agricultural expansion and other developments have destroyed many wetlands in temperate regions. We know that over the last 5 or 10 years, more than 60% of wetlands have been reclaimed. Wetlands are characterized by the large number of ecological niches and harbor a significant percentage of world's biological diversity. It is a rich area of biodiversity. Wetlands are highly dependent on water levels, and so changes in climate conditions that affect water availability will highly influence the nature and function of specific wetlands, including the type of plant and animal species within them. The wetlands provide several critical functions that are essential for sustainable developments. That is found in many areas. Ecosystem functions are defined as the capacity of natural processes and components of natural, semi-natural system to provide goods and services to satisfy human needs. That is according to the Ramsar, according to the Ramsar Secretariat. The wetland function that can be generally be grouped into 4 types. There are regulation, provisions of habitats, protection, and also provision for information. Wetlands are important regulators of water quantity and water quality. Several types of wetlands are known to act as hydrological buffers. For example, I'll tell you the floodplains. These wetlands store water and rivers overtop their banks because it acts as sponges. Many wetlands can absorb water and retain it in it. So they reduce the flood risk in downstreams. The value of these services may be considerable and often technical alternatives to regulate the quantity of flow, which are very much expensive. Wetlands not only regulate the quantity of water flow, but also regulate its quality. So we know that the reed beds and other wetland plants, for example, they are known as important regulators since they remove toxins and excessive nutrients from water, especially the mangroves. They can absorb the toxic substances and they can store it inside their body without harming the plant. The maintenance of many complex biological processes involving soils, water, plants, animals, and microorganisms is necessary to sustain these ecosystem services. The functioning of a wetland ecosystem gives rise to a wide diversity of species as they support important level of global biological diversity. So there are about more than 10,000 species of fish, over 4,000 species of amphibians, and numerous species of waterfowls. Many components of wetland ecosystems also provide resources for direct human consumption, including water for drinking, fish, fruit to eat, and also medicine, timber, peat, fuel wood, everything. The harvesting of wetland goods while respecting the production rate and the regenerative capacity of each species can provide significant benefits to society. So all those who are there, the remaining there on the coastal belt region are having some benefits from these wetlands. In many areas, fisheries rely heavily on healthy wetland ecosystems. In many rural areas, the amount of water available depends largely on water extracted from shallow boreholes or local streams. If areas of reach are maintained and protected, aquifers and springs can provide a sustained amount of water resources for the communities. Wetland ecosystems also provide opportunities for recreation, aesthetic experience, and reflection that we always avoid to think about that, the recreational aspects. The recreational use including fishing, sport hunting, bird watching, photography, and water sports. All these comes under the recreation. Given that tourism is one of the leading income generating industries globally, the economic value of these can be considerable. So the maintaining wetlands and capitalizing on these values can be valuable alternative to the more destructive use of and degradation of ecosystems. Wetland ecosystems provide fundamental ecological functions, including the regulations of water regimes, as well as providing habitat for flora and fauna. Wetlands, as the Ramsar Convention, in Article 1, they define it as include coastal and marine ecosystems, and as coral reefs, seagrass beds, and mangroves. So all these things are having some effect on the climate change. The climate change and the land use pattern are interconnected. Because of the reclamation activities and anthropogenic intervention, we know that these areas of wetlands have been changed during the past many years. So that also changed our land use pattern. That also changed our climatic condition. And especially climate change is due to, we know that mostly due to this carbon emission. So the wetlands are having the power to sequester the carbon into the wetlands through the plants present in that area. So that is not happening when these wetlands have been destroyed. So restoration of ecosystem is a very important theme of this year's Environment Day. So we have to disseminate the idea of restoration of ecosystem to everybody, to the students, to the local people, to the social workers, etc., so that we can restore our earth itself. So I conclude by this speech, I conclude by these few words, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to give this lecture. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me at this occasion. So directly I'll go to my presentation. So today I'll speak on biodiversity, vis-a-vis sustainability and ecosystem services. Biodiversity or the biological diversity is the resource or the pillars upon which we build the civilization. As the global community is called to re-examine our relationship to the natural world, one thing is certain. Despite all our technological advances, we are completely dependent on healthy and vibrant ecosystems for our water, food, medicines, cloth, fuel, shelter, and energy. This is just to name a few. Okay, so previous speakers, they have in fact already emphasized on say services or the benefits provided by different ecosystems, like say wetland ecosystems. Okay, what is the problem actually now? In few decades, our ecosystems, those are rich in terms of, like say, biological diversity. Okay, from where we receive. Okay, we get all sort of benefits. In fact, they are declining. They are at the risk, degraded. Okay, so in that way, we can say when biodiversity has a problem, then humanity will have the problem. Okay, we all will suffer. So understanding biodiversity, just okay, there may be some students, for them, okay, just take a glimpse what is the biodiversity. Okay, so biodiversity is defined as the variability among living organisms from all sources, including interalia, terrestrial, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems, and the ecological complexes of which they are the part. This includes diversity within species, between species, and of course within among the ecosystems. Okay, so this definition is given by the Convention on Biological Diversity. Okay, so those are from, say, non-science background. For them, in fact, we can say the biological diversity or biodiversity is the synonyms to the nature, Okay, so just say this is biodiversity among different ecosystems. Okay, then among, say, different species, and then within the species, just see the tomato. Okay, different, you will see the variations. Okay, that is a genetic diversity among the species. So these are the labels of, say, biodiversity. As I mentioned, this is actually for the, in fact, for the students. Okay, so ecosystem diversity refers to the diversity of a place at the level of ecosystems. Species diversity is the effective number of different species that are represented in a particular ecosystem. And genetic diversity, in fact, the variation among the individuals of the same species. Okay, so why is biodiversity important? That is the main question. So everything that lives in an ecosystem is part of the wave of life, including the humans. Each species of vegetation and each creature has a place on the earth and plays a vital role in this circle of life. Plant, animals, insects, and also, like say, microbes. Okay, they interact and depend upon one another for what each offers, such as food, shelter, oxygen, and soil enrichment. Okay, so normally, actually, we ignore the microbes. Okay, so microbes, in fact, is difficult to identify, but they play very important role underground. Okay, that is, they are hidden in the soil, or of course they are also found maybe in the canopy or the wood, or etc. Okay, so maintaining a wide diversity of species in each ecosystem is necessary to preserve the wave of life that sustain all living things. Okay, so in one of the, say, volume, like say, which is the, in fact, used to be the bestseller in 1992, The Diversity of Life, that is the written by the one of the Harvard professor, okay, biologist, Edward O. Wilson. Okay, he is known as father of biodiversity. Okay, and in fact, I was the lucky enough I got the opportunity to meet him at the Harvard University in 1996. So he said, it is reckless to suppose that biodiversity can be diminished indefinitely without threatening humanity itself. Means you can go on harvesting the biodiversity, okay, and you can think that, okay, the human life will not suffer. That is impossible. If really we harvest, say, in an unscientific manner, or we overexploit the biodiversity, whether forest, whether say grassland, whether wetland, or whether the aquatic. Okay, so if we over harvest, certainly it is going to threaten the human support, human life. Okay. Almost all species on our planet are interconnected and are dependent on each other. Okay, so countless such interactions has kept our planet sustainable and habitable for millions of years. Okay, so that is only possible when we'll go along with the nature. Along with the nature, okay, we should utilize whatever resources are given by the nature in a sustainable manner. Then only we will be able to live. Okay, so there are in fact many factors, okay, which are in fact say responsible for many of the diseases. Okay, so many researchers prove that disease outbreak are closely linked to the loss of biodiversity. So 70% of emerging viral diseases have spread from animals to humans. Okay, and with the ever increasing urbanization, agriculture, and wildlife trade, humans are venturing deeper into the forest. Okay, so in that way, human, in fact, themselves are exposing to the many disease that wild animal in these forests may carry. Okay, so from all resources we can find that the ongoing pandemic like COVID-19 can likely to be spread or already spread to human from some wild animals. Okay, of course, that is the topic of say discussion. Okay, a lot of say discussions are going on, controversies are going on. Okay, so we'll not indulge in this say issue. So with COVID-19, we have seen that disease can damage not only human health but also the global economy. The global economy. Okay, so by protecting biodiversity, we can prevent future pandemics from claiming lives and the money. Of course, on the say lighter side, okay, like say because of lockdown, okay, at least last year, we have seen there was say a drastic improvement in the environmental conditions. Okay, so in fact, our group has published a few papers related, at least 3 papers in total science of the total environment and the scientific report that is in the say, press. Okay, how the because of the lockdown, how the environment has improved. Okay, so that may become say such type of conditions may say maybe the different say organization government. Okay, time to time they should in fact exercise. Okay, so biodiversity also helps in preserving social and cultural diversity and identity. Okay, so like species are integral to religious, cultural, and national identities. All major religions include elements of nature, like 231 species are formally used as a national symbols in 142 countries. So preserving biodiversity is also ethically and morally important for us. Okay, like say many plant species, many animals, okay, they are being symbolized, okay, they are like say ethically or ethnically, you can say, or religiously, they have been attached with the religion or the belief or so, okay. So there are many examples, okay. Just so in that way, okay, they can be protected or they are being protected, okay. So now, because there is a probably you have this time a shortage of time or this time bound. Okay, so I'll go to directly to ecosystem services and biodiversity conservation. Okay, so in previous lecture, Dr. Khalil has mentioned about the say wetland. Okay, how wetland is providing different types of the services and how it is important. Normally, wetlands are being ignored. Okay, so in that case, in fact, each and every species and each and every ecosystem, okay, play its own say role and provide the say different kinds of services to the human benefit, in fact. Okay, so human societies drive many essential goods from the natural ecosystems, including seafood, game animals, fodder, fuel wood, timber, and pharmaceutical products. Okay, so these goods represent important and familiar parts of the economy. Okay, like say these there includes purification of air and water, uh, detoxification and decomposition of waste, regulation of climate, regeneration of soil fertility, and production and maintenance of biodiversity, from which key ingredients of our agricultural, pharmaceutical, and industrial enterprises are derived. Okay, so the process of waste disposal, for example, involves the life cycles of bacteria as well as the planet-wide cycles of major chemical elements such as carbon and nitrogen. Such processes are worth many trillions of dollars annually. Of course, it's very difficult, okay, to translate the such benefits or such services provided by different ecosystems in terms of money. But in say recent say within these 2-3 months, we have in fact realized, okay, the importance of the oxygen. So, like say, otherwise, say our ecosystems or the plants, those are in fact containing the chlorophyll or the chloroplast. Okay, they provide us the oxygen free of cost. Okay, so but during this pandemic, okay, oxygen, in fact, so many of the patients, they required the oxygen, and we realize how in fact important is the oxygen. Okay, so like say you can translate in the terms of money. One cylinder was being sold, say in say 5,000 to 20,000 or 30,000. Okay, so ecosystem say services. Ecosystem services are the conditions and processes through which natural ecosystems and the species that make them up sustain and fulfill human life. They maintain biodiversity and the production of ecosystem goods such as seafood, forest timber, biomass fuel, natural fiber, and many pharmaceutical, industrial products and their precursors. That is, in fact, this definition is given by the Delhi. Okay, so then again another say definition is given by the Ustanja, that ecosystem goods such as food and services such as waste assimilation represents the benefits human population derive directly or indirectly from ecosystem function.
Can you wrap up in 6-7 minutes, sir?
Yeah, sure. So type of ecosystem services, okay. So like, in fact, these are 4 types of the ecosystem services: provisioning, regulating, and cultural, and supporting. Supporting services are, in fact, sometimes also known as the habitat servicing. Okay, so now, in fact, these are some, say, values are given. Okay, so because of shortage, I will not go in detail. Okay, so and now, as I mentioned, because of different activities, so biodiversity is at the risk, and many of the species are getting extinct. Okay, and ultimately that is causing, say, the climate change. Okay, so and in fact, many of the species, even the, say, domesticated species, they are at the risk. Okay, so and ultimately, because of the loss of the biodiversity, human health is also being affected. Okay, uh, and many environmental, say, many of the disease have emerged. Okay, and so it is important to note that infectious disease arise from a combination of ecological, social, and economic pressures that combine to amplify disease risk rather than any individual driver acting in isolation. So these are some, say, diseases. Those have been arised because of different activities. Okay, so biodiversity and sustainable development. Okay, so in fact, the integration of sustainability and biodiversity. Okay, so nowadays, in fact, say, though we have already experienced natural, say, 5 extinction, but we have entered in the 6th, say, mass extinction, that is driven by the human being, and we are experiencing at least, say, 1,000 times background rate extension. Okay, so that is much faster. Okay, so we have to, in that way, we have to look into the, say, sustainability. So of course, like SDGs, they have defined some of the goals, like goal 14, goal 15. Okay, that is life below water, life on the land. One of the previous speaker, I think, have already discussed this. Okay, so like, say, we have to biodiversity should be at the heart of sustainable development through the clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy. Okay, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, life on the land. Okay, so these are, in fact, some of the details. So we can say biodiversity is one of the most complex feature of our planet and is equitable, okay, to our survival. Because of huge biodiversity losses across the globe, it has become one of the major concerns for the future of our planet. Human-induced environmental changes modify wildlife population structure and reduce biodiversity, resulting in a environmental condition. Take cues from wildlife trade and emergence of COVID or such viruses which jump from animals to human. Biodiversity can be greatly enhanced by human activities. However, it can also be adversely impacted by such activities due to unsustainable use or by more profound causes linked to our development models. So biodiversity is essential not only to proper functioning of Earth system, it is also key to the delivery of those ecosystem services that are crucial to human dignity and well-being. So, thank you, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon to one and all present over here. I would like to just mention thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor who has given this opportunity to me, and the Honorable Registrar of Devanagari University, who are all in the inaugural sessions, and Madam Leela Lakshmi Reddy, and also the other professors, Dr. Kaleem, who is with us from the morning, and this session chair, Dr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy. So I'll not be going inside what is environment. See, for a PPT, we need to have all these details, but straight we will go, because the efficient and eminent people who are presenting their data earlier, they have touched so many important issues regarding the environment. And we know pretty well that we have contaminated, we have polluted, we have exploited the universe to a maximum. What has been given to us, it has been overexploited all these days. So I would like to just focus on what has happened in and around us all these days in various, you call it in various names, but what has actually happened is the pollution issues. Let it be water. For example, in China, the Shanghua River, yes, it is polluted to a maximum. Here I am going to show you about the Alang, the city called Alang in Gujarat, the Bhavnagar area it is present. It is nothing but the ship dismantling yard. So here we are dumping the solid waste to a maximum. Whatever is possible, that is being done to a maximum to the ecosystem. And here this slide shows you about the threat to the biodiversity. So here what has happened, the elephants were killed by the cyanide poisoning by 2015. These are all real facts. What is happening around us? So if you're interested, I'll be sending you this PPT to the organizers. You can have all these issues checked. This is from different dailies, right? So, and you would have heard about the death of so many marine organisms just because of the plastic bags getting entangled. It is, I want to introduce this name to the august audience, the microplastic pollution nowadays getting increased to a maximum. So this is the research finding of one particular university, Cheng Hung University of China. Yes, so the Taiwan people, they have worked on it, and they can understand, yes, the whale has been poisoned by the fishing net, which is around a big mass of fishing net has been seen inside the stomach of the whale, and thereby it has lost its life. So this microplastic is getting increased day by day. That is also an important aspect to be looked into because of the wide usage of plastic materials. We are so much feeling convenient to use the plastics, so its utilization has become increased. Yes, and one more information I would like to show you. This is the Bellandur Lake of Bangalore, which you would have seen from last year. Sudden plumes forming and sudden foams, the foams also forming. This is just because of so much of pollutant getting added up to the water system, and it is happening now and then. The entire residential area is getting contaminated, and this is our nation's capital. We know very well the haze starts descending during the winter period, making the traffic very problematic. Right from 2018, the people are seeing this because of the air pollution getting picked up because of the particulate matter increase. So these are all the real facts that is happening in and around us. And these facts which I have focusing now, this is to say that pollution is not a new episode. It is not new to the system. I have studied in one of the book where they have cited when the water is being sent through the lead pipes, then itself the heavy metal pollution has started in the ecosystem. That is what is a real fact. when the people were with nature, everything was under control, right? Once we started going out of nature, working for our convenience, for our satisfaction, then came all episodes. So to name a few, you will be knowing about Minamata disease, Itai or ouch ouch disease, the love canal episode, the ozone layer depletion, the photochemical smog now and then happening at different places, and the acid rain, which is wetting the land very frequently nowadays, and the Noor Muhammad Lake in Hyderabad. I think you people will be knowing pretty well about it. In 2000, it was a pink colored lake I studied. I have seen the pictures. I can even now remember. So it is all showing you that now and then we are threatening the ecosystem. In spite of that, ecosystem is helping us to lead our life. Whatever we are suffering right today, we cannot say that it is purely out of our control. No, we are also a part of what is happening today. So I chose the title as Responsibilities for Ecosystem Restoration. What am I going to do for making these concepts go down and taking a better option once again, because we are for sustainable development. It is not for me alone, the world is. It is for my next generation also. So what has to be done? Number one, and one and only option is the environmental awareness first. And if I am going to extend the option, implementation of what I understand, that must be the second option. I must be aware of what am I doing to the environment first. And number two, what can I do to the environment? That has to be implemented. So the awareness levels, to be very precise, it is 4 different levels. First, you have to understand the symptom that environment is deteriorating. Environment has shown us very many times by giving you acid rain, by showing the ozone layer depletion, by showing the glaciers melting. All these are symptoms of environmental deterioration. Number 2, second awareness level is just to understand and accept not only the industries are responsible for pollution, the population also is responsible. Imagine if the population is lesser, why a company is going to produce so much of products, then taking so much of raw materials. So the extrusion of the raw materials and production of so much of materials, it is all to satisfy the ever increasing demand for the materials. So the pollution is one concept, but population increase is also a problem. So third is we should realize the protecting and preserving alone can prevent the Mother Earth from deteriorating. And fourth level of awareness is very important. All species are interconnected. You cannot go and say, I'm saving all butterflies, so the entire ecosystem will be saved. No, every part of the biodiversity has to be taken into consideration right now. When I'm going to cut a tree for beautifying a city, no longer we have to permit it, because the tree is a food chain originator, or a food web is present in the tree. So we have seen so many cities beautified at the expense of cutting trees. No longer it can be permitted. You are now running out of oxygen. Once it was surplus, always we will be telling as environmentalists that may be a day coming where the museums will be having the seeds of certain plants and oxygen cylinders. Now, during my life period itself, I am seeing we are running for oxygen. This cannot be permitted further. So the backfiring of mechanism of the nature exists. So only if we properly utilize nature, nature will be very conducive for us to live, or else the backfiring will be happening. And we have to think this nature is not only meant for me to live, it is for all organisms which are surviving with me to live. Yes, speaking all this, coming out of the house, seeing a snake, putting a stone on its head doesn't mean that we are with environment. No, we have to train ourselves that all these organisms are part and parcel of this universe, right? So mind revolution is needed at this right moment. Now I am going to speak positive for 5 or 6 minutes and wind up. Okay, I am telling, yes, people are nowadays aware of what is happening around us. Yes, I am supporting the people who are living with us. What I want to say is the awareness is not enough. The action is not enough. We have to improve the level of awareness and improve the action and bring all the results from lab to land. More and more research inside the lab is not enough nowadays. You have to come to the land. So now we are justifying the theme, that is ecosystem restoration. Now, what can I do? What is the responsibility for me to take up this work? Yes, I have seen all these years only one Chipko movement, not enough. Yes, not enough. I have seen only one place, Talaivasal and Agaraharam of Nattamangalam of Tamil Nadu, right? These people are meant for not using any crackers during the Diwali period in order to protect the bats coming to their places. During that season, the migratory birds were found to visit these places. Okay, if they are going to use the firecrackers, these birds may be frightened and they will not be turning back. So this is a paper news long ago. Okay, so they have not celebrated the Diwali for around 100 years. This is one village of Tamil Nadu. This must increase in its number. The number is not enough. Okay, and this is the airport of Cochin, which has gone completely solar. Not one airport is enough. It has to increase in its number. Yes, but we have to applaud these people. That's good. But still, it's not enough at the right moment. I studied in newspaper by 2012. The Bangalore city government has, the Karnataka government has made it mandatory to install solar water heaters, all new houses. Only the plan that will be then approved. This is not enough if Bangalore alone insists on this. This must be made mandatory in many of the states. Okay, this is a climate change express which is inaugurated by our central minister. So this space about the climate change which is happening, this express is found to visit all over the cities. Many of the cities it's going to be covered. Yes, and Swachh Bharat movement, it has been brought about by our Prime Minister. It's not enough giving awareness only on a particular day. The Environmental Day must not be celebrated only on June 5th. It must be everyday event. It must become a part and parcel of our life. That's what I want to mention here. The ozone layer depletion, luckily, one of the other speaker also was saying, yes, there is a reduction in the depletion. The ozone layer has got coming up once again just because of the reduction in the usage of ozone depleting substances. This awareness must increase in many other concepts also. And I would like to mention about our Anna Hazare, the village Raleigh City. It is a drought-prone village. It is a village. When after his retirement, he is coming to his village by 1975. He can understand the whole village was highly dried, not flourishing, no productivity, large-scale migration from his village. Everything was negative. Then he understood, okay, the water development must be the first process in order to bring back all good things to his village. Then he started utilizing the watershed management practices. Then he started afforestation. Now the total village, you can just browse and understand what is the next steps Anna Hazare did. So Anna Hazare must not be bound to one village of India. Each house must have some Anna Hazare, or if I'm so very crazy about it, not like that, at least every city must have at least a 10 or 15 Anna Hazare to bring out all possible things for the restoration of the ecosystem. Only on practicing this, we can bring back the ecosystem. By speaking hours together, nothing can be done. Reality must be brought into concern. So to say yes to this, some of the children from Odisha, they have taken some steps by 2016. They have created so much of awareness charts, and they have gone to the villages. The village, here you can see Kakri Kuma, Koraput in Odisha. The people have gone to the village and they have demonstrated what all has to be done in order to bring down the global warming, and they have explained what is practically possible. And this is one other information I just wanted to share. The Wangari Maathai ma'am, she is also an environmental activist in Kenya who planted so much of trees, and she was a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize winner. Okay, so, and to my satisfaction, I can see one of the latest newspaper cutting where it was said many industries during this lockdown period has thought about their contribution to the environment and taking so much of activities in order to reduce the wastage. For example, I will point out one or two. The Samsung, they are replacing the plastic packaging with bioplastic. It is a good initiative. And Pratt and Whitney, they are one of the manufacturing companies. Now they are making so much of innovation in the water usage. The Panasonic has shifted their headquarters to the LED certified building in order to cut down the energy consumption. And Bank of America has cut down the usage of papers, and it started recycling 30,000 tons of paper. One of the speaker was telling, I am using only one side paper. Yes, I would like to put a namaskar for you, sir. Such practices will definitely help the next generation to understand the importance of utilizing all the resources to a minimum extent. Mustn't say maximum extent. Hereafter, no more utilizing to a maximum extent. So things are going on. So the simplest solution for all pollution is useless. That is what is the way for emitting less. Okay. Now you may ask one question: what are you doing for the environment? Have you shifted your research from lab to land? Yes. Our vision is to conserve the nature for sustainability. And so, because my mission is to convert the waste into wealth. So we are working on the post-consumer waste for vermicomposting. And I would like to just simply explain this tub alone so that you will be very much happy to know this. We just used the paper cups and subjected it for vermicomposting using certain earthworms. The earthworms has separated, the paper separate, and the paper has been completely converted into manure with the help of the cow dung and earthworm. And the plastic material has been just thrown towards the rim of the container, saying that I cannot do anything to this plastic. Okay, the earthworm has just put this entire material onto the rim, and the other material has been converted. So this gave us an option to understand what is happening to the plastic which is being thrown inside the ecosystem. So we went to different villages and we are explaining them, don't go for paper cups. It is the hazardous for our system and also to the ecosystem. This is what is our main aspect of our lab, and our lab is called Water and Solid Waste Processing Lab.
Madam, you may need to quickly wrap up, madam.
Yeah, finished, sir. Almost completed. So this is our work, and I would like to also say that we are working on the degradation of effluents also in a natural manner using the microorganisms. This is my research team. And I have around 14 students have completed their PhD under my guidance, and certain students are working in different universities. And I'm really happy. It is a wonderful stage which has brought inside very many scholars in this area to share their experiences. I feel so much happy to be a part of this webinar today. All the best for all the organizers and for all the listeners. Let us really do something to the ecosystem and to the environment. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Today I'm going to discuss about the traditional knowledge ecosystem and its implications in the ecosystem restoration and biodiversity conservation. In other way that is mentioned, long means around 3,000 years back, may the earth pour out her milk for me as a mother does to her son. I'm not going to read all the things, but here I want to say that even before 3,000 years back, we know that what is the role of the Mother Earth and the Heaven Father to the mankind, and we must respect the Mother Earth as a mother. So the cosmetic tree that the man who worships every day, the Aswath means people, the ficus logia tree is regarded as the worship the whole universe with the gods and demons and the human beings. Here, see the beauty that the people tree is regarded as the miniature symbol of the universe. And as we all know that the ethnic communities have inherited the rich tradition of the love and reverence for the nature through the ages. And it is reflected in their religious preaching, traditions, custom, taboos, totems, and all that. And they all play a big role in protecting the nature environment. And actually, they are the advocates of the environmentalism. And they have specific guidelines which is ensure the intimate contact and the sense of belonging in the natures. And today, the world is undergoing a serious crisis of ecological imbalance and environmental degradation. It is all the more important for us to understand the such tradition so that we can protect our Mother Earth. See, the development, degradation, and deterioration is going parallel each other. And this is all because of the development, indiscriminate development, and the overexploitation of the natural resources by the human being. The most intelligent animal on this earth, the human being, they are actually creating the problem. So we know that these tribal communities and the ethnic communities of the India, specifically India, they are nature worshippers. And for them, the forest, the rock, the river, the mountain, the tree, they all are sacred to them. And they believe in the spirit that live in the nature and natural surroundings and may be benevolent and malevolent for their life and livelihood. And the quantum of the importance given to the environment is not limited. They have given the environment as to the status of a god, and as they worship the natural object. They even protect the environment, considering it as their responsibility towards their ancestors, because they believe that their ancestors live in the nature and they reside in the natural objects present around them. So the tribal communities and the ethnic communities conserve and preserve their environment through the traditional knowledge and the wisdom. And this knowledge has been accumulated through a long way of observation, natural resource use practices, and transmission over the generations. And India is the land of diversity, we all know, and it is a varied culture and ecological landscape being embedded in the rich traditional wisdom. Indigenous people had depended on, for the long period, on the local environment for the provisions of a variety of the resources. The problem arises when these variety of the resources will get overexploited. And due to so, may call the industrial revolution and all that. But because of that, the local environment, it has started degrading. But still they have developed a stake of conserving and in some cases enhancing the biodiversity system. And they were aware of the biological diversity as a crucial factor in generating the ecological services and the natural resources on which they are dependent. So they have close intimacy between the environment, ecosystem, and the society. So these traditional knowledge we must protect. So there is a need and need for the partnership between the indigenous and local knowledge and the current science. So this amalgamation means coexistence for the for protecting the nature and the environment is required as a need of the hour. See, we know that this human social systems and the ecosystems, they both are adaptive to ecosystems and they are very complex in nature. And they are complex because they have many connections between the different parts and they are adaptive as they have the structure to promote the survival in the constantly with the changing environment. So due to this adaptiveness, these systems become very complex. and in order to analyze these environmental and human interaction, it is very important to aware the specific characteristic of the human social systems. And as society strongly influences the people attitudes toward the nature, their behavior, and therefore in turn impact on the ecosystems. The important characteristics of the human social systems are population size, social organization, values, technology, wealth, education, knowledge, and many more. And these values and knowledge strongly influence the people's view of life and consequently define the way the people act. So, and ecology is the science of relationship between the living organisms and the environment we know. And human ecology is about the relationship between the people and the environment. So the role of human is very crucial in this area. And ecosystem, everything is specific. The area is specific, the air is specific, soil, water, living organism, physical characters, and everything which is built by the human being. They are all included. And the living part of the ecosystems, microorganisms are there, plants are there, animals are there, biological communities are there. So this social system is the central concept in the human ecology. Why I'm telling the human ecology? Because everything, whatever the degradation or the deterioration or the problem we are facing in terms of the water, air, soil, plastic, wildlife, biodiversity, pollution, climate change, and many more, they all are because of the anthropogenic factor, that is human. So human ecology is because human activities that impact on the ecosystems are strongly influenced by the society in which the people live. So here the human social values are also important. Now, due to the strong urbanization and the modern way of lifestyle, we are leaving behind our traditions. And that is another main cause for the deterioration of the environment. So here it is a need of our to go back to our traditional social system as far as the environment is concerned. And this environmental degradation, see, this is a process which is reducing the biological diversity, reducing the health of the environment, and to heal the health of the environment, because this is ecosystem, something natural in origin, and this is accelerated, retarded, or influenced by the human activities. So in the core, in the center, it is a human. So it is the human who has to decide about the environment. And as a human intelligent animal, we are actually just try to get just a benefit out of everything, whether this is beneficial to the human being or not, whether this will generate money or not, whether this will. So the development which we are claiming is a development, rather it is a development or this is a degradation. So this is the time to think about. And see, human like other organisms on the earth interact one way or another way with the biotic and abiotic factors in the environment. And this environmental degradation occurs when a renewable resource, whether it's a abiotic or biotic, needs and uses natural resources. And this the over-exploitation of the natural resources is the cause for the environmental biodegradation. And now pollution is another problem. Pollution is all man-made pollution. There is no animal, means even the forest burning, when it is created and lot of carbon dioxide is released in the environment, that carbon dioxide is required for the plants. So that is a natural phenomena. And ecosystem is having tendency to balance such natural activities such as forest fires and all that. But the pollution created by the human being, that is very how to conserve the environment. Everybody is talking about the sustainable use and the management of the natural resources, which include the wildlife, water, earth, soil, and all that. And conservation of the natural resources focuses on the needs and interests of the human beings. For instance, the biological, economical, and cultural needs. So how to make the balance between these two? So for that, many case studies has been taken up by many people. And see, the conservation through the traditional knowledge or traditional ecosystem knowledge and the wisdom, it is having many references in the Indian system. And in Indian beliefs and practices, it is a part and partial of the day-to-day life. And they know how to maintain the environment and how to make the sustainable use of the environment. So now this is a need to make the need and the benefit of the research partnership between the indigenous, local knowledge and the science is the need of the hour. And this knowledge will be helpful in decision making, because environmental science relying on a strict epistemological method to produce the universal knowledge, but has no opportunity to sufficiently detail operation of the nature across the spatial scale. So to meet the need for the spatial across the spatial scale, we have to go back to the tradition, and we have to explore the totemism and the totem and the taboos, beliefs and practices used by the traditional people as a socio-economical, ecological complexity, environmental solutions. So the present day scientists constantly progressing, but this science is suffering from the limited information biases of the efforts, especially spatial, temporal, and the taxonomical biases. So the inclusion of the traditional and the local knowledge is the need of the hour in decision and policy making for the proper implementation through the collaborative research. See, addressing the challenge and the tension between the ecological sciences, traditional knowledge, and the decision making. So this is actually long-standing, past and ongoing tensions. You have to make the difference between the long-standing problems, past problems, and the ongoing tensions, and identifying the positive examples to overcome the problems. And these challenges and tension can be addressed through the traditional knowledge exploration. An important thing is that you have to trust and equitably in the relationship to means you have to go for the two-eyed seeing. Means you have to see at the two sides, that means multiple way of viewing. You cannot concentrate only on the science to get the solution for the day-to-day problem related to the environmental depletion. So linking the multiple knowledge system to the action to have the credibility, salience, and legitimacy. So this all three together will make a proper system. And this system may ensure the participation of all the knowledge systems, all the information available from the past, present, and maybe future, all the management practices which we are using from the past till date, and all the decisions we have already taken related to the environment and which we are going to take, means make the policies. So these are all the multi-skill relationships are there. And this is the need of the hour. And this can be achieved through the co-assessment, co-production, and biocultural conservations. So this is the thing we have to, and if you go for this, then only we can see in 1992 when the Rio de Janeiro Agenda 21, Chapter 26, they talked about the indigenous knowledge system, and we have to conserve it. So that is actually today's theme, means that the 5th June theme, World Environmental Day theme, ecosystem restoration, reimaging, recreate, and restore. I'm sorry to say the present modern day science do not have any specific solution for these problems. For the reimaging, recreation, and restoration, you have to go back to the traditions. How the people of the past were used to treat the local environmental problems. And these problems, which are, it cannot be claimed as a global problem. It's not a global problem. All the problems related to ecosystems are the local ecosystem problems only. And they have the local ecosystem solutions also. You have to adopt the traditional knowledge for that to resolving the tension created by the system of that specific area. And if you just concentrate on the specific small areas, small ecosystems, then automatically the overall scenario will be getting better. So you can see the sacred groves are there. And in the Tamil Nadu, this is a scene from the Madurai region, where the Votic horses are just placed in the sacred grove area. So now this is the deeper partnership between the indigenous knowledge holders and science is required to address the multifaceted issues facing the conserved areas and those experience the environmental changes and want to restore it. There are some terms, I will escape it. I know that we are having some time constraints. So this is the important thing, that the forms and information, the knowledge. I mean, how we can achieve this. So there are the 4 points, means evidence-based. What are the synthesis of the natural science evidences are available, designed and viewed by the scientist, normally focusing on the linear chains of the causation. Co-assessment means sequential synthesis of the evidences, first from the scientific body of the knowledge, and then involving the indigenous and the local knowledge at the later stage. Led primarily by the scientists, because local knowledge holders, they have the knowledge, but they are not able to explain it, and they are not able to prepare a proper system for it. They have the system, but they don't have the explanation for it. So this is the co-assessment is required with the help of the scientist, sequential synthesis of the evidences. Then co-production, the parties from the different knowledge systems collaboratively design research and knowledge synthesis and create the outputs. And the last form of the information is a biocultural conservation, an integrative approach to address and loss of culture and biological diversity and need of the multiple rights holders and stakeholders with the multiple objectives. So culture, practice, knowledge, and informations are viewed interactively, and the multiple epistemologies are embrace the multifaceted research. So this is a thing. Means at one horizontal side, you have to go for the knowledge. Knowledge is from the scientists from the left. Knowledge is from the indigenous people and knowledge holders from the right. And this all knowledge you have to go from the evidence base. Then you have to go for the co-assessment, co-production, bioculture. Then only you have an integrative social ecological focus and ecological focus or a solution for the environment. So we know that we are facing challenges are there, and we are facing the declining ecosystem services due to multitude threat created by the unprecedented growth and consumerism and development. And the human domination of the earth is evident in the global change, biodiversity extinction, and disruption of the ecosystem functions. And these ecological problems are coupled with the unequal access of the natural resources results in the human ill-being and threats to the livelihood, security of the world poorest. The problem is, again, I will say the same thing, that we, the human being, we are highly selfish people. We are just thinking about ourselves. When we are getting less oxygen, we are just getting aware of the trees, and you just go back to the tradition, and you can see that they have the self-sufficient.
Sorry to interrupt you. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to conclude it. I will escape many things and I will just come to this. So this is the thing. See, you have to integrate the social, socio-ecological, and economical, anthropological, all the paradigms to the single phase. And now see, the important is that now we don't have the pure traditional knowledges are not available. Now the traditional knowledges are hybridized, and new knowledges from the urban sources, project markets, and other knowledge sources are also there, and they are reflecting on our day-to-day life. And see, another problem is that most of the ecological traditional knowledge is going waste. Means we are not able to make use of the resources which are available with the smallholders, including ethnic minorities, and we are not able to manage the forest properly. So now the scientists are reaching the forest and they are doing the work. This is actually the framework how we can achieve. I'll conclude within 2 minutes. See, you have to identify the resources and the environment which is having some problem. You have to define these resource qualities and characters of that resources. You have to study the resources, uses, practices, constraints, and opportunities along with the traditional knowledge. You have to describe the resource transformation process, and then you have to create a model in decision-making processes and system-level regulators. At what system level, which regulators should be applied. And then you have a model resource dynamics process regulators, means which is amalgamation of all the systems. And then you have to develop the element of the improved resource use practice and test and develop the improved management practice. So this is a chart which is a need of the hour, including the socioeconomic research, traditional knowledge, all the knowledge systems, not only traditional, and the science. See, you have to integrate the Western knowledge system with the modern knowledge system. Indigenous knowledge is having qualitative approach, whereas the scientific knowledge is having quantitative. It is intuitive, rational, holistic, restlessness, moral, spiritual, and value-free. It is a mind and matter together. They consider it as a mechanistic approach. Here it is an empirical observation. This is based on the experimentation and the systemization. This is generated and held by the users themselves. This is generated by the specialist and the scientist. This is a diachronic, means long time series of the information on a specific locality. And this is a synchronic, means with a short time series over a large area. So you have to make use of both these two. You have to merge these two. And that can be possible with you have to go for the different perspective, scientific skepticism, and the policies making. Then only you can go for it. So I'm going to conclude indigenous knowledge, environment, biodiversity are complementary phenomena essential to the human development. The current scale of the ecosystem degradation underscores a need for the restoration intervention. It is increasingly recognized that the successful ecological restoration depends on the effective coordination of the science and the traditional ecological knowledge. And the main contributions of the traditional knowledge to the environmental restorations are the construction of the reference ecosystem, particularly when the historical information is not available, the species selection, site selection for the restoration, knowledge about the historical land management practices, management of the invasive species, and the post-restoration monitoring. So this is all about with the request to save plant, save yourself, save earth. Thank you very much.
So my topic of today's topic is developing this disease and pest resistance crops for a sustainable environment. So I work at CSR NCL. Yeah. So as you know that this is a kind of introductory slide. So we know that we need to protect our environment because we live on that, and then our whole life depends on this earth. And then we know that we have been not doing very good justice to our planet, and we really need to develop some certain facilities or change our facilities so that not only us but our next future generations can survive. As you know, but our population is increasing very rapidly, and then we need to devise the methods like to feed up this large population. So we need to grow the crops on a large scale, and then we are also actually practicing certain practices which are not very sustainable or not very good. So that's why actually we need to use some sustainable agricultural practices so that we can increase the production to feed this population. Plus, we should also get the continued growth. So as you know that the agriculture is the world's largest industry, and it employs millions of people directly or indirectly. However, the intensive agriculture also has an enormous environmental footprint. So that is because of the chemicals that we use in the agriculture, such as various pesticides, herbicides, etc. And even say we can use a lot of irrigation we use, the fertilizers are used. All of these are causing heavy toll on the environment. So it actually contributes to the climate change, because if you talk about the agriculture at the world level, then it can contribute to the climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, etc. So, actually agriculture causes environmental changes, and it also gets affected by these changes. So it is both. So it can both cause climate change and also get affected with that. So this is because the demand for food and the agricultural commodities has been increasing due to the rising population, and also agriculture has a deep impact on this world economy as well as biodiversity. So then, as I said, that there are some certain unsustainable practices which have serious impact on the people and the environment. So, however, sustainable agriculture can preserve and restore the critical habitats or improve food nutrition, soil health, etc. So we need to the need for sustainable resource management is very high. So then, how do we sustain the yields? Because the world's population is growing rapidly, and then it is expected by that in the next 30 years it will go to more than nearly 10 billion. So it's a huge population, and then that population needs to be fed. So how do we feed that? So not only this, there is a large challenge because the agriculture area per person is rapidly decreasing. So I could get this graph only for till 2000, but you can get easily know that it is decreasing rapidly, and the population is increasing on one hand, and this land area is decreasing rapidly. So there is an intense pressure to increase the production from a rapidly diminishing area. So again, there are challenges such as due to the climate change, there has been increase in the biotic and abiotic stresses such as high temperature, drought, salinity, and there are biotic stresses such as pathogens, insects, which can cause these damages to the crop, and then they can also reduce the productivity as well as quality of the produce. So sometimes although it's produced, but it's not able to be, it is not fit for the human consumption. So these are the so many challenges are there. So then how do we get rid of it? So there are actually several of the approaches. So for the pest as well as disease management. So there are approaches such as host plant resistance, cultural methods, biological methods, behavioral, etc. And it's also chemical. So IPM or IDM does not mean that we should not use chemicals. Chemicals are also required. They can be used, but they should be used as a last choice. So before that, we should use other approaches. So in our case, actually, we are focusing on the host plant resistance. So you want to develop certain varieties or identify the genes to which are host plant. So we work on agriculture biotechnology, and there are like few crops. I'll be talking only about few cases. So in case of chickpea we work, so we know that's one of the most important legume in India. But then there is a disease called wilt or Fusarium wilt. So that kills the population rapidly. So you can see in this field on the right hand side, we can see that most of the varieties which are grown in this field, they are susceptible to wilt, and they die within just 2 to 3 weeks. So in 2 to 3 weeks, the entire field is lost, entire crop is lost. However, if you can grow resistant varieties, then they have almost no effect, and the resistant varieties can produce a yield. So that we developed those. So first we had to understand what is this wilt and what it does. So in this case, like it is, this cartoon shows that how the pathogen actually goes inside the plant. So actually these are the yellow color ones are the say pathogen herpes. So this is a root pathogen. So it enters the plant through the roots. So it goes like this, and then there are like in case of susceptible plants, as you can see, the pathogen grows inside, and then this completely actually blocks these xylem vessels, and because of which although there is a water, there may be water in the soil, but the water plus nutrients, they do not reach the shoot as well as leaves, and because of which the plant dies. Whereas in case of susceptible plants or susceptible varieties, the fungus, so it's actually fungal disease. So when it grows, there are like this plant produces certain sugars or certain other metabolites which blocks the further spread of the virus, and because of which not virus, it's a fungus. So because of which the fungus is restricted, and the plant will survive. So here we have done the histological studies, and then we could see that in case of the susceptible varieties, as you can see, in this case the xylem vessel is getting completely blocked. So this is in the susceptible and variety which is inoculated with the pathogen. Whereas in case of resistant variety, there is lignin deposition is there, but then still there is a these xylem vessels are open. In case of control, you will see that there is almost like no disease. So how this pathogen is controlled? So we can use the chemical fungicides, but these are hazardous to the environment, and there is also problem of resistance. So after few we can say months or like after few years, there is the pathogen or like equally insects also, they become resistant, and it's also expensive. Secondly, in our case, like this is a wilt pathogen, which is a soil worm. So we have to use a soil fumigation, which is very, very expensive. So alternatively, we can use certain control agents or certain alternatives. However, these are not not consistent. Then we can actually develop, say, disease-resistant varieties, and this can also be used by classical breeding methods, or we can also use the molecular approaches such as biotechnological approaches, and we can say develop the identify the resistant genes and breed for resistance. So if you use these approaches, then we can use the resistant varieties. So as I shown in one of the field photograph, if we develop the resistant varieties, then we don't need chemical fungicides, we don't need any biocontrol agents, or we don't need any soil fumigation. So all of these can be we don't have to bother if you develop the resistant varieties. However, it is not that easy, and then we need to perform elaborate studies to identify the resistant genes, or to identify how to transport them, how to develop the varieties. So in our lab, we are using various approaches. such as say genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics. Like I am sure that the students would definitely know about these approaches, or they would have even studied in their classes. So we use all of these approaches at one or the other time to identify the resistant genes and to develop the resistant varieties. So I just quickly try to explain like how we do. So we first grow the say chickpea or any other crop in the greenhouse conditions, and then we inoculate them with the pathogen, and then we collect the tissues at different time points, as you can see here. And that collected tissue is actually analyzed using different approaches such as transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolism approaches. So because of the time constraints, I am not going into the details, and I am sure that the students would definitely know or would have studied about these approaches. So I'm not going into the details. So I just come to the summary of the work. So what we identified in this case, like there are like this pathogen is there, so it causes a lot of like changes in the metabolism of the plant, and that results into the amino acids. These are reduced in case of the, as you can see in the susceptible varieties. So they are reducing, whereas certain flavonoids are increased in the resistant varieties. So there is a decrease in amino acids and sugars in the susceptible varieties, and there is an increase in flavonoids, or there is some antifungal compounds in case of resistant varieties. So likewise, we identified those. Plus, we also identified several genes, metabolites, and pathways, and those are mapped onto these various, say, lignin metabolism or phytolysine metabolisms, various pathways that we have mapped. And we can see that many of the cases, so all these small, you can see these are called as like some gene expression data, protein expression data. So you can see here, these are all small ones. So these are ones. So these are our genes that we have identified. So likewise, we can identify the genes, and then we can use those genes to develop the resistant varieties. So this is another disease on wheat that we work on. So that is caused by another fungal pathogen called this Bipolaris sericea. So it is both the foliar pathogen, that means it can spread through the air and also through the seed. And it is, you can see that on a large area, like the world over, it is being spread, and even in India, there have been large areas where it has been spreading. So this is the life cycle of the pathogen. It is both seed-borne as well as airborne pathogen. So in this case, actually, we have done other studies also, but we also identified, like suppose there is only one chemical that is called propiconazole. So that chemical is only, or it's a fungicide that is used to control the disease. So we thought that if the pathogen becomes resistant to the disease, then what? There is no other alternative chemical. So we perform these studies, and then we are trying to identify a new mechanism through which the new fungicides can be developed. So as I said that IPM or the IDM, it does not mean that we cannot use chemicals. So we can use the chemicals, but they should be as like a smaller amounts. So those fungicide drugs we are used, and then we are actually illustrated the pathway of how the disease resistance occurs in the pathogens. So that pathway were elucidated, and we also performed the laboratory experiments, and we identified several genes which actually show responses to the particular pathogen as well as diseases. So again, these are the several genes. I'm not going into the details. So now recently we are doing one approach, which are using these small molecules called as microRNAs. And in this case, these are very small molecules of 18 to 20 nucleotides. And what we found out that these molecules, they can be transferred from plant, they can be transferred to the fungi, and from fungi they can transfer to the plant. So what our hypothesis is that the fungal microRNAs, they are very small molecules, they can be transferred to the plant, and then they actually you can say they act on the defense genes of plant and plant defense genes, and then that results into the susceptibility. Whereas there are plant microRNAs, they can target the fungal virulence genes, and then in that case there will be resistance. So same approach also works on the insect as well. So we are trying to develop these new technologies for developing plants which are resistant to the fungi as well as for the insect. So these are very specific, and they can act only on the target insect. So suppose if we use a fungicide or a pesticide, then we know that even the beneficial microbes or beneficial insects, they also get killed. But with this technology, they are very specific and can specifically target only the target species. So we are also working on the plant and insect interactions. So as you, in case of this cotton bollworm or some of the insect that we have heard, that we are now using these cry genes, and presently almost like 95% of the cotton is transgenic cotton, and we are using the cry genes. So what the cry genes do, they actually they produce a toxin, cryotoxin, and then that actually kills the insects. Whereas, so if you kill the insect or any other say pathogen, then there is an increased pressure on the increased selection pressure, and eventually there is a development of the resistance. So in this case, what in our lab we are doing an approach, we are using an approach called protease inhibitor. So as the name says, it is inhibiting. So we are trying to inhibit the growth of the pathogen, and we are not trying to kill the pathogen. So in this case, what we have found, like there have been several studies, and we identified some of the protease inhibitors from the crop plants which we regularly eat, and once they go into the gut of the insect, then you can see that these are the control insects, and these are the smaller one, like lower part of the figure shows that these are the insects which have been fed on these protease inhibitors, and you can see that there is a large reduction on the growth as well as growth of pathogen. So we have identified that it also results in the increased mortality, and compared to the control, there is a large, almost like almost like 10% survival. So over the several you can say several days. So there is a large reduction. So but this does not kill instantly, just like the chemicals do. So it increases the it inhibits the growth as well as pupation of the insect, and then whichever insects which come out of the pupa, even they are defective, and then they also get killed. And then we are also developing a biological control method, such as this. There is a fungus called Metarhizium. So it can actually affect it can attack the insects, and it can cause disease. And you can see that in this case the insect is almost killed, and there is this fungal growth is there. So this is again environmental friendly approach which is used for this approach. Now this is I think last experimental slide. So then there is a third case, like we are working on this salt tolerance, because as I say that the salinity also increasing world over. So we identified a plant. So this grows on the seashores. So and then you can see that the sea water is coming up. So that means when it is growing almost in the sea, next to the sea. So it's eventually then that means it must have a salt tolerance mechanism. So we got the plants to Pune, and then we actually performed the various analysis. Then we identified some genes, and then like what we could get is there are two main genes, that is one dehydrin, another is asparagine synthase, and then these genes could they accumulated at higher concentration, and then now we have isolated the genes and we have transformed them into rice, and then we are currently evaluating that rice for high salt tolerance. So if successful, then a new salinity tolerant kinds of rice will be developed. So this is the pathway that we have elucidated, and this AS gene, asparagine synthesis gene, it actually contributes to the accumulation of the asparagine, and which results in the salinity tolerance. So to summarize this, we have the environmental friendly agriculture practices must be followed for the long-term sustainability of the agriculture production, and then the integrated pest management or integrated disease management strategies and organic farming, which are recommended for environmental friendly crop production. However, the best approach to secure crop yields is using the varieties which are resistant to either diseases, pests, or aquatic stresses. So then the modern biotechnological tools can be used to develop the resistant varieties. So these tools, biotechnology tools, does not mean, like when we talk about biotechnology, then everybody thinks of transgenics. So apart from transgenics also, there are like many biotechnological tools are there which can be used in association with the breeders, and we can develop the registered varieties. So with this, I would like to thank you, and I'm sorry for a short, because of the time constraint, I could not talk more about the details, but you can go on, you can come to, like, you can visit our website and see all. So thank you very much.
I am Dr. K. Rajendran, Kupu Rajendran, Associate Professor. I would like to share my knowledge in my research, the sustainable nutrient management in plantation forestry through bioinoculants. So see, this is the view of forest. We cannot imagine the forest without the world without forest, both. Sir, the peoples are those days living in the forest, they are happy, they are living, they are collecting many things from the forest, and they are living in the caves, and they are enjoying the life. Now the scenario has changed now. The forest gives food for everyone. Most importantly, the forest gives oxygen to all the peoples and all the human beings and animals. Forest also gives recreation. When people are frustrating, they are ready to go there in forest and taking rest. After regeneration, they are coming again for work. The forest gives ecosystem services. This is the most important. The trees are absorbing carbon dioxide and store long-term store in the wood portions, so that the carbon dioxide level is reduced a sizable amount. Then societal development. Peoples are getting wood from the forest. People are getting food from the forest. Spiritual and social development originated from the forest itself. Finally, the forest gives timber. You know the value of timber for all these things. Due to the urbanization and industrialization, the forest cover is reducing day by day. The government is put several acts to increase the forest level to achieve the 33% of forest area in our total geographical area. Actually, the survey of the forest, we have to achieve 33% forest cover. There are several types of plantation systems the government of India is recommended. One of the most important system is social forestry. In this system, the trees are planted by the people, for the utilization of fuel wood for the rural people requirement. Another interesting system, farm forestry system, the farmers are planting trees in a monoculture system. There, they are getting wood as well as food in farmland. In Tamil Nadu, there are several system of farm forestry plantation is going on. Casuarina in farm forestry is the major trees planted nearly 5 lakh hectares in East Coast district of India. In Tamil Nadu alone, there are 65,000 hectares of casuarina is being planted by farmers. Another system is very interesting system is agroforestry. The agroforestry is a integrated land use management system in which trees or shrubs are grown in combination of agriculture and forest trees has varied benefits, including increased biodiversity and reduced soil erosion. We are getting various benefits from the agroforestry, particularly income from both agriculture crop and forestry crops. Long-term and short-term income from agroforestry. Sustainable income generation. We are getting income from all over the year. It also proved as a wind breaks, reduce the pollution by attracting insect, nitrogen fixation by mutualism. This is the one of the silviculture system, agro-silviculture system planted by the southern part of Tamil Nadu, teak with cotton. Teak is a slow growing tree, so people are introducing agri-crop in their intercrop with the teak. This is a traditional system of agroforestry. Neem is intercropped with the rice field. Again, the teak introduced in the rice field in the fund. The people are getting short-term income from the rice and long-term income from teak. Again, this system, silvi agriculture system, that teak trees intercropped with the cotton crop. Silk cotton with the green gram. Silk cotton with the sorghum. This is most important silvi agriculture system where the casuarina trees intercropped with the leguminous plants. Here, soils are improved with the help of root nodulation of both tree as well as agri-crop. This is the casuarina tree intercropped with the coconut tree. The casuarina provides nitrogen to the coconut tree. Several ecosystem services provided by the agroforestry. In the rhizosphere of agroforestry, there are several microorganisms are living in the rhizosphere. That microorganism directly or indirectly help to improve or sustain the ecosystem, including clean the pollution, improve the food supply, and nutrient management of plants and animals. There are several microorganisms we have isolated from the rhizosphere of casuarina, Rhizobium, Frankia, Azospirillum, Azotobacter, Pseudomonas, Thanibacillus polymixa, Ectomycorrhizae, Endomycorrhizae, Trichoderma. These microorganisms are suitable bioinoculants for the casuarina except Rhizobium. The most interesting microorganism is Azospirillum. The Azospirillum is a gram-negative free-living nitrogen-fixing bacteria. The bacteria treated with casuarina, the root system is more biomass and 15% increased tissue nitrogen content. This Azospirillum produced organic acid as well as indole acetic acid, which help the increase the root biomass there to improve the nutrient uptake by the fine roots. Nursery experiment clearly shows that application of Azospirillum play a significant role in increase the growth response of Erythrina indica seedlings in a stipulated time, thereby producing good quality planting stem. Another interesting microorganism is Rhizobium. Rhizobium is a gram-negative motile non-sporulating rod-shaped bacteria associated with legume plants. These interesting microorganisms fix 360 kg of nitrogen in association with the root nodule of leguminous plants. So another interesting microorganism is Frankia. Frankia is a gram-negative positive actinorhizal microsymbiont. Seedlings inoculated with Frankia strain showed that improved growth an average of 15%, 8% increased basal diameter, biomass 14%, and 37% increased tissue nitrogen content. The inoculation of seedlings with a combination of Azospirillum, Phosphobacterium, AM fungi, and Frankia produced a good quality seedlings of Casuarina equisetifolia. Similarly, the inoculation with the farmland, the above microorganism shows that maximum height, GBH, and total biomass were obtained in the combination of Azospirillum, Phosphobacterium, AM fungi, and Frankia. Another interesting microorganism is Pseudomonas and Penibacillus polymix. In Indian soil, we are having a rich amount of phosphorus. That purpose cannot take as such. It is in the form of rock phosphate. It should be converted as a available phosphorus. So these microorganisms, Pseudomonas and Penibacillus polymixa, to produce organic acid and act as a phosphate solubilizing microorganism. That microorganisms are Pseudomonas. Pseudomonas is a gram-positive rhizobacterium. That Penibacillus polymixa is a gram-positive facultative anaerobic PGPR. This bacteria is capable of producing a huge amount of exopolysaccharide also. The experiment conducted by us, the result showed that shoot length, root length, collar diameter, and biomass were increased about 77% in combination with Azospirillum, AM fungi, and Pseudomonas. Another interesting microorganism is fungus. This is the root fungus. It is called a mycorrhizae. Mycorrhizae means root fungus. There are different type of mycorrhizae is there. Ectomycorrhizae, endomycorrhizae, ectondomycorrhizae, orchid mycorrhizae. These microorganisms invade the root and help the phosphate solubilization and mobilization. Ectomycorrhizae mainly associated with the gymnosperm plants and 95% of angiosperm plants associated with the endomycorrhizae. These are the spore isolated from the Casuarina plantation, which helps the nutrient management of Casuarina. Another research we have conducted in the Yes. So another interesting system in the plantation forest is litter production and nutrient cycling. For the sustainable nutrient management, the tree crops are produce huge amount of litter and it reaches the ground level. Certain microorganism decomposes the organic matter and help to nutrient requirement of plantation forestry. So above microorganism can be isolated from the main field that can be mass multiplied with the help of fermenters. So these microorganisms, many of the microorganisms isolate from the soil of plantations, and we have mass multiplied, and we have make a carrier-based culture for the farmers' use. Applications of biofertilizers. The mass multiplied biofertilizers can be applied through the seed inoculation. With the help of Zachary solution, we can coat the seed with the biofertilizer that can be planted in the nursery mother bed. If suppose we fail to inoculate in the seed level, we can inoculate in the nursery level. They can 10 gram or 15 gram carrier-based microorganism can be inoculated in the nursery level. This man inoculating biofertilizer in the neem seedlings. If suppose he failed the inoculate in the nursery level, we can introduce the field level. 10 or 20 gram of carrier-based biofertilizer can be introduced in the rhizosphere of tree that can be multiplied in the rhizosphere. The sustainable bioresearch technology applied in the tropical nursery condition. We have published a paper in Indian Forester. The total biomass, height, and seedling treated with seaweed fertilizers, biofertilizers, and compost, it's recorded 57% increase over control is a growth. We have also tested in the Panibacillus polymixa in teak seedlings. Teak seedlings inoculated with the Panibacillus polymixa, 34% increased the growth and 42% increased biomass. Field level inoculation also we did in the young teak plantation. Azospirillum, Phosphobacterium, inoculated seedlings performed well in the initial stage of teak's field. Another interesting phenomena, these microorganisms produce EPS, extra polysaccharide, which is produced the microorganism offer the potential application in seedling production in root runner due to the adhesive properties and the ability to form gels that promote adhesion of tire pith particles. Interestingly, that microorganism produce huge amount of exopolysaccharide, which aggregate the roots in root liner condition. Sir, microorganisms play the major role in the ecosystem conservation and ecosystem development. These microorganisms are eco-friendly and economically viable. So using the microorganism or nutrient management is better option without damaging the environment. Hence, it is recommended that bioinoculants, that biofertilizers can be used in the nursery and field level for the increasing the productivity, thereby reduce carbon mitigation. Thank you very much. Yesterday we got water. Today, we are getting oxygen. Tomorrow, what is going to happen, we do not know. Please save Earth to use eco-friendly, economically viable organisms. Thank you very much.
Today, I'll be just discussing on the small changes in our lifestyle for a healthy environment. As we have seen, many renowned scientists and also experienced lecturers have shared their research work. So what I understand from all these lectures is immense work has been shared by them, the resources, their experiences have been shared by us. So as a student, what exactly we are looking into it? What are the changes that we have to bring in our thought, or how we are going to contribute for a healthy environment? So in my perspective, I've just broadlined into the 4 categories. First, let us put some effort in understanding the concept. Once we understand the concept, we have to create one model or an experiment, and we have to work on it. After working on that, we'll be having some experience, and we have to place it in our practical application too. And then we have to see the change. So I'm just presenting my work which we have done in one of the project. See, when you see the land use and land cover of 30-kilometer radius of the buffer zone of Hyderabad, here you can see the temporal variations in the LULC in and around the Hyderabad agglomeration. See, we are talking about the changes, the effects, and also we are saying a lot of destruction is happening in the environment. Until and unless we quantify them we'll not be able to address the issue. So what we have done is we have taken the data of 2001 of Hyderabad, and then we have compared it with the present 2015 data. Just you can see on the screen, so much red is being appeared. That means lots of build-up urban is been seen there. We have already extended our urbanizations. We are keep on urbanizing ourselves. We are keep on building our concrete jungles. If you can see that green patches are being reduced, and also the water bodies are also being decreased. As well said by Dr. Purushottam sir, like we keep on altering the environment and then try to restore it, isn't it? But we cannot take all this back, isn't it? Development is done, development is being done, development will be done, and it is a continuous process. So we cannot revert back all these things. But what we can do is we can grow the trees, green our cities, and also rebuild our gardens, change our diet, clean up the rivers, and make a peace with the nature. This is what the present scenario also demands, that we are part of nature and we are not the superiors in the nature. So let me just project it. So always, as I said you, until and unless we talk in the values, will not be able to understand whether the development is a positive development or whether it is a negative impact. So you can see these are the 17 layers we have studied for this LULC changes during this 5 years. And you can see a lot of build-up industrial area has come up, and build-up urban has come up, and roads also have increased. And we have given the reasons also, like why it has been done. See, everything is like DPSIR methodology, like drivers, pressures, impacts, and the results. So all this happens in the development. So when we see the area has been decreased or increased, it's all because of our effort and because of our developments. So coming to the next slide. So as we develop, we keep on developing. We are also contributing to the pollutions. Not only the air pollution, apart from that, we are also contributing to the water pollution and also soil pollution. And we are also having many types of pollutions. And nowadays we are also seeing the COVID pandemic also. So these deaths also have increased. When you observe the data of 2005 to 2010, the number of deaths have drastically increased. 72,000 of deaths have been increased. And it has been observed that we have around 6.2 lakh premature deaths also happening due to this pollution. And not only these deaths, and also how much of the amount we are spending on the hospitalization cost. If you see one data which we have presented over here, you can see that the amount or the number of claims, you can see this is of the 2015 data, and you can see the 2016 data where the number of claims are also have increased, and the amount is also been increased substantially also. I can see nowadays the cost of hospitalization has been increased like anything. So keeping all these things, what is our contribution? What is our role as an individual? Because you, the students, now during this COVID pandemic situation, you people are staying at home, you're confined to the homes, but your learnings are not been stopped, isn't it? See, nowadays, so much of effort has been taken by your professors in organizing such beautiful experience lectures. So what is that we have to do as an individual? What is that we are going to contribute to the healthy environment is what I'm going to highlight it. So these are the individual contributions. I'm just highlighting because of this time constraint also, I'm just giving the glimpses what you people can contribute it. So we are talking about, a lot of has been talked about the segregation of waste, and we have been given 2 dustbins, one blue, one green. And I don't know how many of us really are practicing all these things, but as a student, come up with one pilot project. And what you have to do is, you have to adopt a scientific way of segregation. So whatever the waste is available at your home, you start a pilot project and you adopt the scientific way of segregation and you document it. What is the percentage of waste is sent for recycling or can be sent for recycling, and how much of the waste can be sent for the compost, and what is the waste which is directly discarded or given to the JHMC or whatever it is. So until and unless we come up with one data, then only we will be knowing that how much waste can be exactly be handled. See, one example I can give you, you give some 10 rupees to a small child in your house, or one sachet, the chips sachet. Once you give both the things and you ask him to put it in the dustbin, without hesitation, he is going to drop that empty wrapper packet in the dustbin, but not the money. Because everybody knows the value of money and everybody thinks waste is waste. But no, waste also has a value, and it can be, we can also bring out this waste into a useful product. So always you try to calculate in terms of monetary value. Until and unless you give the monetary value, will not be able to segregate any waste. Like if you segregate the recycled product and you sell it to the person, and the amount you get, you see how much money you are getting it by the recycling the papers or recycling your plastic or selling these things. How much amount you have been generated, you prepare in the form of a table, and how much amount is that you are able to compost, and how much amount do you spend really buying these fertilizers. So you have to make it in the form of a table and calculate it in terms of the monetary value. So you do it, the exercise annually, and then you will be see how much is that amount you have been able to generate. Once you do it at the household, the same pilot project you can extrapolate to different households, and as a colony or in an apartment, how much is that you are able to segregate and bring out some useful proceedings out of it. And the same thing you can also apply to your college level also. And coming to the best practices adopted, as we have been told, like rather than completely cutting the milk packets or the oil packets, let's snip half the sachets so that whatever the cut plastic is there, it will not choke the drains. And we also need to apply the 7 R's, that is replace, rethink, refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and repair. Now 3 R's, has gone, 5 hours are gone, and now the thing 7 hours has come. So how much we are applying these things in our daily life is what we need to document. And also there is a need for the rainwater harvesting structures. It's not that the rainwater, whatever the rain that drops on our buildings, because we have all made it at a concrete jungle, there is no place for the water to seep into the soil. We have not given any chance for the rainwater to seep into our groundwater. And we keep on saying that our groundwater levels are reducing. But we have to come up with one rainwater harvesting structures. How can we hold and tap each drop of the water also has to be studied. And the most important and alarm thing that is happening in our urban agglomeration is the water tanks which is there in the overhead. It keeps on overflowing. You might have seen in many houses. And the students can come up with a design for the alarm which can be linked to your mobiles. If such things can be developed, these are all the ideas for you students to come up with one pilot projects. So we need to stop this water tank overflow also. So, and coming to the next thing, and we have heard from many of the experts the need of the ecosystem, the services that have been provided by the forest or by the different ecosystems is immense. So what we can do is we need to develop the home garden with herbal and aromatic plants. This is also an ecosystem, isn't it? So, and it's only not only planting and growing them. You also need to document them. So I'm just giving one example. You need to document them along with the medical uses, and you bring out one booklet out of it. You publish in your magazines, in your campus magazines and everything. So this also will help you in bringing out some articles from your end. So there is also a need to develop this home garden. And the other thing which I wanted to stress is on conducting the environmental audit. Don't think that this environmental audit is something very, something it is done only in the research organization and where you people cannot touch it. So if you see, this environmental audit will have different components. The waste generated at your house, the water usage, whether it is a potable water or whether it is a wastewater, and what is the air and noise quality of your area and existing environmental policy, and how is your campus building, or how is this your landscape, and also an energy audit. So in this, you can start a pilot project at your household level. So you can also come up with one format where you can quantify how much waste is generated and how much waste you're able to recycle and how much waste you're able to compost, and how much is your water input and how much is your water, how much water is you're sending it out, and also it's air and noise quality. Okay, I understand you require some of the instruments, but water, wastewater, and the landscape and the energy audit can be done at your end. So once we have this, and after applying your best practices, just have an annual report, like how much you could, how much was the present scenario, how much are your bills present, and how much you could reduce. See, once you reduce, it is also like contributing to a healthy environment. So once you are able to conduct this environmental audit at your house level, and you can also apply it to your college level, because I understand that all the universities or the colleges do have the NAT accreditation, and this environment audit is one of the component in the format. And also there is need to become an environmental reporter. We are seeing so many issues, so many things are happening in and around our surroundings. Are we reporting those things? Are we at least telling to the people these are the best practices, or these are the issues? Some of them are burning their garbage or open space, and how the health issues are happening. There is a need for each and every individual to also to become an environmental reporter. So these are some of the projects which I would like to introduce to the students, and I request them to come up with some audited work or some good work with the homework. And you can also share your works to us, and where we can also provide required suggestions. And let me take a brief introduction about EPTRI. This is only for the students so that they can join as internship, and they also can take some suggestions in these fields. So we have Environmental Protection Center, Environmental Research Development Center, and we also have a Training and Capacity Building Center. And these are the divisions which are there under these centers. And coming to the thrust areas, and we are expertised in carrying environmental impact assessment, social impact assessment studies, and dealing with segregation of the waste, climate change adaptation. And also we do have the plant tissue culture laboratory over here. And if the students are interested to understand about this tissue culture and how they can talk the different techniques, they can also join with us. And also the biodiversity studies, as in the brief notings of Uma Maheshwar, we have, you might now understand that we are also into the people biodiversity study, people biodiversity registers preparation and all. And we also do have the state art laboratory. And we are also expertised in evaluation of ETPs, STPs, and we also do the need-based training programs. And we are also conducting the green skill development programs for the students, and these programs are free of cost for all the students, and the students will be given the certificates, and these are the residential programs, and around 10 programs have been conducted by EPTRI. And for this financial year, the ones which are highlighted with red, like preparation of PBRs, pollution monitors, plant tissue culture techniques and its application, water budgeting and auditing. These courses will be given to us during September and October, and the students who have already completed their courses and who wanted to enhance their skills may join these courses, and which will be placed in our EPTRI website. And I also welcome all the students to come to EPTRI and understand our projects, work with our projects as interns. And you can drop us a mail at nveserc@gmail.com for further any information you require. I think with this, I'm going to thank all the organizers for giving us a chance and also to be part of this event. And I also personally thank Dr. Halil Khan for his patience and really coordinating this successful program. And there is also one book that has been released for this on this Environmental Day, that is Ecosystem Restoration Playbook, which is a practical guide. The students can just open into the link which has been placed over here. With this, I take the lead. Thank you very much.
So the talk is about the interrelation between the medicinal plants as well as the traditional knowledge. So as all we know, in the world population, mostly more than 80% of the inhabitants are relied on the medicinal plants for the common ailments and diseases. So any kind of the plants or its parts which are used as a medicine for the ailment known as the medicinal plants. Of course, all we know is the phytochemical components, that is the primary phytochemical compounds which are playing the role for the to treat the diseases. Traditional knowledge that may be defined as community-based functional knowledge, developed and preserved. Whatever the traditional knowledge, it may be the agriculture, it may be the medicinal, otherwise cultural, whatever the knowledge since the ages followed by the locals and the indigenous communities transferred to the another generation is known as the traditional knowledge. So here we are, when we are merging both of them, traditional knowledge and medicinal plants, the term is coming traditional medicine or complementary medicine or alternative medicines, which have the long history and some total of the knowledge which and the practice on the basis of the literature since the ages we are following. They may be called as the traditional medicine. Coming to the India, the Indian traditional medicine system have Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Homeopathy, and presently yoga and naturopathy also we are considered as a traditional medicine. So majorly among them, Siddha and Ayurveda are basically the medicines. The formulations used in the Siddha and Ayurveda is relied on the herbal product, 85% herbal product. Remaining the formulation may be having the components like animal organs or animal product or minerals and metals. So this is the report given by the Executive Herbal Market Report. Due to the COVID, this pandemic situation, the exportation of the herbs, medicinal herbs, maybe hike up to 32,000 tons of when it will reach to the 2025, maybe reach 32,000 tons of the medicinal herb annually. So coming, what are the main source of the medicinal plants? As we all knows, the main source of the medicinal plants, it may be collected from the wild habits, maybe the forest or nearby the villages, in and around area, wasteland, wetlands, like that, or it may be recommended, the cultivated plants also there. So when we are talking about the wild habitats, the topic title is decimation. The successive decimation means not only the plant, rare and endangered plants which are available in the biosphere or forest area, so forest area, that is also meant, that is also mean the commonly available medicinal plants that may be weak to us, but that the practitioner, that is the important medicinal plants. If you take Phyllodes nerulae, Leucas aspera, physalis, and Coccinia, this kind of herbaceous medicinal plants. Till that, ethnobotanical studies, ethnomedicinal studies shows most of the folk medicines and these traditional medicines, most of the medicinal plants are herbaceous in nature. This herbaceous nature medicinal plants are only facing the decimation, and the alarm is only for the plants which are commonly available herbaceous plants. However, the cultivated plants, there is no problem. The many important traded medicinal plants are cultivated like Androgynous panicata, the senna, Tirunelveli chenna, aloe vera, vetiver gingivitis, and Sorelia corifolia. These kind of plants are easy for cultivation, and they are recommended also. Many National Medicinal Plant Board is giving the fund for the cultivation to meet the trade. So as I told you that medicinal plants, why the boom is coming and why the decimation is going on, because of the marketing. So according to the NNBB, traded medicinal plants, and they are divided into traded and highly traded. Highly traded means which need more in quantity per annum. So about 180 species of the medicinal plants are coming under highly traded. That may be needed to meet the market requirement, going more than 5,000 million tons per annum. In the grade of traded, more than 800 medicinal plants are listed out. So as Alvin knows, 80% of the inhabitants are relied on the medicinal plants, and WHO have identified 8,000 species as a medicinal plant. For the traditional medicinal system, more than 2,000 plants are identified as a medicinal plants. Among them, 470 are endangered, and 34 plants which don't have the data also. That kind of problems going on. Here I am giving some of the important medicinal plants like Semicarpus anacardium, Carylococcus epigenes, the important Siddha medicine for the skin disease, and Ephedra gerardiana, that we know Somnata, available in the Himalayas, and Rhinacanthus, that is also very important for the skin disease. So threat-free medicinal plants, urbanization, not only for the threats for medicinal plant as well as for the traditional knowledge also. Urbanization is the main cause for present scenario. Previously, when we are talking about the threats, we used to say poaching, over harvesting, exploitation, like that. But presently, at current, the urbanization is the main reason for a decimation of the both traditional knowledge as well as the medicinal plants. Frequent natural calamities attack like flood and cyclones, landslides in Himalayas, and the picture is taken from the Assam forest fire. It all the main reason for the destruction as well decimation of the natural habitat, and increasing use of manufacture export. This how it is affecting means due for marketing and for more production, the poaching and the poaching of the medicinal plants from the wild field is going very drastically. They are not leaving any germ blossom in the wild habitat. Some plants we could not able to cultivate. Like if you take this Phyllodes, we will get lot in the field and nearby areas. If you tried for the cultivation, it will take lot of effort, manure and manpower, etc. Improper harvesting technique. In this improper harvesting technique is only for the plant parts like stem bark, root bark, and stems or root, which are used as a medicine in the formulation, ingredients in the formulation. So when they're taking some plants, they may be very endangered, extinct, otherwise available in the core area of the forest, reserve forest. So to meet the need, they used to cut the plant itself. They never collected a particular part like a stem bark. Root bark also, if you are collecting root bark, the whole plant will be gone. Deforestation, there is no need to explain to you. Many speakers before talking explain about the deforestation. This deforestation, we can't say only that traders and business people are the locals for money. Not only it's not happening, but the cultivation also. When they are introducing any cultivation crop in the forest, their destruction all the natural population. So in the God creation, each and every biome, each and every taxa is having the role in the maintenance of the environment. But for human being, he is the main, to meet his need, he is exploiting everything. Highway expansion, why I have mentioned here highway road construction. As I have traveled from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, but I have seen this is the main important thing for the destruction of the many tree species. So expanding the highway, it is highly necessary, but it's not means that 100 years or 150 years old trees have been decapitated, uprooted from the way. We now we are feeling that we are developing technique, we are developing science and etc. Why can't we make some path without disturbing the natural trees or natural way? Natural calamities, already I have explained. This natural calamities also is nothing but because of the human activity. We are disturbing the natural, especially the gods. Previously, we cut the trees for our need. Now we are cutting the hill itself for the need. So obviously it will affect the environment and it may affect the climate change. It will, result in the natural calamities. So what is traditional knowledge? It may be culturally oriented or culturally based. Maybe indigenous knowledges or agriculture based or biodiversity based or medicinal plants based. So these are some pictures I have taken from the tribal settlement from Tamil Nadu. So nowadays, previously the tribal settlement, the tribes who are residing there, they relied on the non-wood forest product for their daily need, and mainly they are dependent upon the agriculture and the forest product only. But nowadays, because of the modernization, the tribal youngest for the tribal people for education, school, college, they are moving to the either for nearby towns or urban. So what is happening? They are the carrier to expose the what are the great things. Endangered and medicine, rare medicinal plants are available there. So they are giving the path to the village people or the Vaidyas who are in cities. They are contacting the tribal, and they are what I can say. They are trapping all the knowledge, and they are doing the business themselves. Here, these are the forest product they are selling. This is weekly, only one day the public used to visit the temple in this tribal settlement. The only one day they can earn the money for the daily needs. So even government is giving the good constructed houses also. This tribal, they are mostly the Pulayar and the Mudur are residing here. They don't want to go to the government constructed building, small houses. They would like to reside in the traditional huts only. These ladies is collecting the medicinal plants only. These all medicinal plants only. But as the botanist, all of us knows it's very difficult to get the tomatoes from them. So she is not ready. They won't ready to share the knowledge to the scientists or government people. They are ready to share the knowledge to whom they want to teach. So these are some of the glimpses where we are going, even for the tribal settlement as well as for urban area, villages, etc. These all people are gained knowledge, mostly gain the knowledge from the tribal people, tribal settlement which is nearby them, and they are making the treatment and getting the money. So threats to traditional knowledge and medicinal plants again are the same: urbanization, modernization, deforestation, and monoculture. Now, what is happening is through some vendors, the tribals are in contact with the vendors. They're cultivating the crops like any vegetables or something, and they are giving to the trader. I mean, like if some hotels 3-star, 5-star, these areas like that only. This is also coming under the reserve forest and tribal settlement. Here they have cultivated the beans. I asked for what purpose you are cultivating this much of beans. And he said previously we used to cultivate rahi, I mean elisine, like that, small millets like that. But we are getting more money for this kind of, these beans will go to the hotel in Madurai directly. It won't go anywhere because it is growing very nicely. But what is happening? The real, I mean, rare and that important medicinal plant which are available in the area, it is getting almost lost. In the Kodandur, that is the tribal settlement is known as Kodandur, and another tribal settlement we have visited, that's Palamala in Salem district, and in even in Andhra, nearby Chodavaram, I have visited one agent area. All these things, because of this modernization, day by day, the settlement, what are the natural habitats are going, getting destroyed. So this kind of monoculture, if you are doing beans continuously or any other crop continuously, obviously that again that wild plants we can't get it. So here the plants, important medicinal plants which are used in the Siddha like Spiranthus and Corallocorbus, Kedorostis, that kind of plants is very reported previously from this area, a huge amount. But nowadays they are becoming very rare in this area, but very common in the nearby villages. How to do, why to do? Here the biodiversity and cultural diversity, we should not discriminate in between them. Both of them relied on one by one. Lot of acts, lot of bodies governing for the biodiversity conservation, lot of bodies working on the cultural, I mean ethnic group, tribal, I mean traditional group, ethnic cultural diversity conservation, but they are interlinked only. So develop this biocultural diversity developed in the 1990s in order to denote the diversity of life in all its manifestation, biological, cultural, as well as in the linguistic, co-evolved within the complex socio-ecological system. So UNESCO defined the biocultural diversity as humankind's accumulated reserve for learned response to the environment that make coexistence between the man and nature and self-recognition possible. So human there is commonly says that the sixth mass extinction, the source, the cause for the sixth mass extinction is nothing but the human being. Human being exploiting each and every biome, every taxa in the world. It should not be like that. If we, in this condition also, if ready to conserve the biological as well as the cultural diversity, we have to take our responsibilities for that one. So it was formalized in 1992 by the UN Convention on, that is CBD, that identified the need to maintain not only the biodiversity at the genetic and species landscape scale, but also the biodiversity related knowledge, innovation, practices of indigenous species. So government is taking all the departments like Ministry of Oils, BSA, FRA, ICFRA, and institutional state board, national medicinal board, and the Ayush department also having role in the conservation of the both, that is biodiversity on medicinal plants as well as the traditional knowledge by conducting the floristic studies as well as the medical ethnobotanical survey. They are allotting the duty as like that only, medical ethnobotanical survey. You have to document the traditional knowledge and the medicinal survey. But we are making documentation, but this documentation becoming a documentation only. If you are going to literature survey, we can clearly understood the medicinal plants in the wild habitat is already gone. It is very less. The vendors and the people who are doing the marketing, they only knows how to drag the tribal people and they are collecting the plants. Some extent they are also not getting. So nowadays, a national medicinal plan through the state medicinal plan, they are giving a lot of fund for the conservation of the medicinal plant by constructing the medicinal plant gardens in school, colleges, institutions, as well as the NGO. And they are, NMDB is boosting the farmers to cultivate the traded medicinal plants like asparagus, aloe vera, already I told you. They are giving a fund and trading also. Marketing for marketing also NMB website they are helping for marketing of the harvested medicinal plant. So maintenance of essential ecological process and the life support system on which human survival and economic activities depend. Preservation of the species and genetic diversity and sustainable use of species and ecosystem which support a million of rural communities as well as major industries. Tribal community welfare associations also taking a lot of effort to conserve, and they are giving the hands-on training to conserve the medicinal plants which are available in their area. As well as they are making the marketing for the product also. But this all is okay, but that destruction and the decimation is going side by side. So this is what are the role of this Siddha medicinal plant garden in both conservation of the medicinal plants and the conservation of the traditional knowledge. So that work allotment to us is survey. We have to conduct a medical ethnobotanical survey either in the urban area or villages or in the tribal settlement. And we are making herbarium in our unit. We have more than 12,000 herbarium of medicinal plants which are used in the Siddha and the Ayurveda. And we have the raw drug repository. We have more than 800 drugs in our museum for the future references. And we are making authentication. We are taking the photographic of the endangered plants, some rare plants, and we are making the photograph documentation also. And while we are doing the medical botanical survey, we are making the videos for the future reference. And some glimpse for this one, we are making the exhibition on medicinal plants, especially used in the Siddha by putting the saplings and raw drugs and pictorial with the explanation. Also, we used to visit a tribal settlement. We used to educate the students regarding the environmental related work like no plastic and conserve the water like that. And for conservation of the medicinal plants also, we are giving the training, internship, etc. Our garden is 18.3 hectares. And we have, this is a model garden. It's having 300 medicinal plants, common medicinal plants with the name board which explain the all the name Tamil and Sanskrit botanical name and their medicinal property. School students and college students, MD scholars from different Ayurveda, Siddha, homeopathic colleges are visited our garden. And we have a nursery. For sales, we have more than 200 plants. The public as well as the NGOs and who want to make the medicinal plant gardens, we are making that. And finally, if we cut the tree, these are some glimpses we are taking from the forest area. Diversity is there, each one having their own role. If we cut the tree, one tree, we are telling we have planted 10,000 trees. We have to plant a lakh of trees. But the 100 years old tree can't come. We don't know whether it is grow or not. If we are planting 1,000 of plants also, we don't know whether it will reach 100 years. We also need to cut the aged trees. So it's my request, better, at least we can take the vote, like in our personal purpose, we should not cut any tree nearby house also for construction matter. And this is the photograph taken from Munnar, on the way to Munnar in 2017. This is not quarry, they have destroyed that mountain crossing the way Cochin to Munnar. It's totally disappointed of the conservation people who are, conservation biodiversity, we are allowing, we are making lot of seminars, extra, but it's going on. It's a place for thousands and thousands of pteridophyte, bryophyte, and plants who they are the soil binders also. This kind of activity makes landslide, untimely raining, which make disasters. So this is the earth does not belong to the man belongs to the earth. All things are connected like the blood that unites all. Man did not weave the web of this, he is a merely strand on it. Whatever he does to the web, that is the environmental web, he does to himself only. So thank you for paying the attention to know about the traditional knowledge. And I request all of you to follow the COVID appropriate behavior and stay safe. Thank you.
So what the World Environment Day is and what will be there on the 5th of June 2021 and with which aim we will be going with. So the first thing which I would like to discuss is it's the World Environment Day on 5th June, and we are celebrating it in an advance, I must say. And the theme of this World Environment Day is ecosystem restoration, and which itself says preventing, halting, and reversing the degradation of the ecosystems worldwide. It itself says that we are from 1972, which I can say that it is the birth of this World Environment Day, the UN Conference on the Human Environment, that is the also known as the Stockholm Conference, and coming with the aim from only one Earth in 1974, and in the last decade from many species to one planet, and from green economy to raise your voice, not the sea level, connecting people with the nature, beating the air pollution, and time for nature, and now slowly entered into reversing, into preventing, into halting, and reversing the degradation of the ecosystems worldwide. Trying to reimagine, to recreate, and restore, repeating the same thing. This is our movement. But what we can do is that we can grow trees, we can green our cities, we can rebuild our gardens, we can change our diets, clean up the rivers and coasts. Coming to 2020 and 2021, if I must say, then I must say, standing with the second wave of coronavirus and intermittent lockdowns, with more than 2 crores reported cases and more than 3 lakh casualties in our country, and with the whole of the country under the epidemic threat, and glued with the fear of the third lockdown in the near future. This is our present. But the emergence of COVID-19 has reminded us how the consequences of ecosystem loss and degradation can be. Degradation of these fragile ecosystems, their habitats, which have created ideal conditions, I must say, for these once harbored pathogens such as coronavirus, bird flu, Ebola, SARS, Zika virus to come in direct contact with the human beings and to spread. And nearly 75% of all these emerging infectious diseases are of zoonotic origins. See what we have done. We must realize, we must ponder of, we must think of these things. When we are saying of restoration, of ecological restoration, we must ponder of these things, and we must be very serious. I must say, we are gripped in a sense of fear, feeling totally locked down, choked sometimes, and in a fear of uncertainty with the Olympics, with the IPLs, meetings, conferences, and every day we are seeing marriages being either postponed or cancelled. But I am reminding you that the same situation was that of the environment, and in particular of Delhi, I must say, and other metropolitan cities. If I say nearly 1 year back, it was totally choked in a fear, grappling with the loads of pollutants and searching for an opportunity to revive the next day, and asking the creator, that is from us, the humans, that the humans, they will take care of, looking towards the engineers of the ecosystem, we, the engineers of the ecosystem, to feel pity, mercy on it, and as the measurable, taking view of the miserable count of air quality index, which had crossed the levels. Schools were about to shut. I must remind you, work from home was about to be advised of the citizens, taking in view of the air pollution. And with the commencement of the year 2020, just after it, the virus had started engulfing more or less all the countries, and we too were gripped by the fever of coronavirus and are still grappling with the same since late March 2020. Although we are passing through a very tough time, and you will be surprised to know that nearly 3 generations are becoming evidence to such a pandemic. We, our parents, and the children, as the last one was the Spanish flu pandemic. which swept the globe in 3 deadly waves between 1918 and 1990. Although I must here add, this one was the worst to date, and we must remember. On the other hand, looking outside our balconies through the monsoon, through the coming monsoon in its full bloom, and the trees loaded with colors, the birds chirping as they were and had since centuries, but we had no time to see them. We have realized, although in these lockdowns, these things, you have gone through different magazines, different newspapers loaded with nature right now. Why? Most of us have, I must say, realized the beauty of nature for the first time, although and might have developed a sense of belongingness with them during this period of lockdown, which was overcome by hustle and bustle of the cities and our workloads. The development, which I must say, the drastic measures taken by the governments to curb the spread of this novel coronavirus and putting the lockdown of the heavy industries, in particular, the last year I am discussing with you, so that we can have an experience of whole of the year what happened with us and the nature. The factories, commercial establishments, and vehicular movements has led to steep a drop in the pollution levels across the world. In the thick of all the gloom and doom, there is a silver lining. Mother Earth seems to have rejuvenated, reinvented itself, and have bounced back with her full resilience, and have paved the waves to the blue skies. The great and mighty Himalayas looking more closer to Jalandhar and Saharanpur after remaining invisible for more than 3 decades. Marine life is seeing increased activity. Endemic Ganges dolphins have started flocking. The Ganges flowing through the cities. Pollution levels have dropped, and animals as well as birds are moving as if good times have come. Every day we are getting news. For example, a few days back in Noida, an unexpected guest, a Neel guy, was spotted walking on the road, which was totally different from what the roads were designed for. It was designed for thousands and thousands vehicles to ply and to emit the gases, so that we may put wheels on the economy, and that too gearless, brakeless with the high accelerators. Some sightings were being sighted across Kerala, Kozhikode, where a critically endangered Indian civet was spotted walking on the road. Longhorn sambar tree in Chandigarh, spectacular sights with nearly 8 lakh olive red-legged turtles coming out of the ocean in the wee hours of the night at Rushikulia coast in Odisha. Giant flock of birds whirling in the skies of Ahmedabad with a blend of peach, pink, and blue colors. So I am just taking you with the nature. I'm trying to take you with the nature. You have to restore it. This is our aim. This is what we are sitting here with. So, and in addition to it, schools of dolphins were flocking in the Arabian waters near Mumbai's Marine Drive coast. These are all what we have experienced, and our children and we, the people, have not experienced these things ever. Means, I must say, when living in the city, we have not got an experience of these things, and that is all due to reduction in noise pollution. That is all improvement in air. The quality in the air has improved. That is all because of that. That is all because of the movements, because of the decreased human movements coming to a standstill due to this national or state-wise lockdowns. It seems that when man is confined behind doors and is engaged, I must say, in sanitizers and napkins, the wild, in particular the urban wildlife, has found opportunities to reclaim their space once theirs hundreds of years back, as if they have returned to their natural habitats, which was encroached by us, that is, the mighty human beings. With the drastic travel, both domestic, national, and international air traffic at a standstill, trains creased in a line, factories and kilns shut, the air quality has emerged more clearer. And a preliminary study with us during thesis has revealed that in 5 districts of Madhya Pradesh, including the most polluted industrial city with the gargling thermal reactors, Singrauli has also resulted in surprisingly well. And I must say, this lockdown, although to prevent a very infectious disease, have paved way for us to stop and think for the nature. For the cruelties, I must say, which has been inflicted by us on this and made other species also to suffer because we act and other species, they suffer. Are we really law-abiding citizens? In this talk, I must say that are we really law-abiding citizens every time we say, when we are doing injustice to those who can't raise their voices, but simply they resist, and that their mesmerizing voices being low slowly in the thunderous celebrations just to rush our adrenaline? Are we really law-abiding citizens? The transformation and rejuvenation of Yamuna water can be identified by considering the fecal coliform, which has been reduced to nearly 300 ampians from 1300 during the lockdown, as per the recent studies conducted for the Yamuna river, which is flowing through the capital, India's capital. Badeval, a dream of millions residing in the city. The Ganges water has also improved, and in some cases it is suitable for drinking purpose. This is all due to reduction in the discharge of untreated industrial effluents. This is Mother Nature. Give it some time. Give our loving, our caring hands towards the nature will be loaded with unestimated. I'm not changing the slides. I'm just talking. I'm not changing the slides. I'm just talking. I will come back with the slides. Yeah, I saw your chat. I'm just talking with you people. That's why I was invited here. This is Mother Nature. Give it some time. But the ever increasing population, the industrialization, it has posed an immense pressure on these natural resources. The platter to feed, that is our breakfasts, our lunch, our dinners, and all, is of the intricate ecosystem services. What is this? Our vegetables, our fruits, our bread. What is this? It's a product of the intricate ecosystem services, the medicines, the food, the aesthetic beauty, the nature, the natural beauty we say, and what it is all. I will discuss it with an example of us which we are working with. All it is the product of the intricate ecosystem services, the delicate ecosystem services. See what we have done. Loaded our platter, the water bodies, aquatic flora and fauna with pesticides and insecticides, and made the once fertile natural land into barren land. Punjab and Haryana are an example to this. It's time to think, to reclaim, to restore the nature's web working for us tirelessly without asking for returns. What it is asking is to give some time to rejuvenate. I'm there for your service, and we teach our students, and now it is becoming a common notion, ecosystem services. But that services asking just to give some time, that I need some time, sir, to please rejuvenate myself. Use the resources cautiously and live in harmony with the nature. It's high time, again, I must repeat the same thing, to reimagine, to recreate, and restore. My question is, why so much sophistication Why so much complexity to solve a simple problem? Give the mother nature some time to rejuvenate and reinvent. A simple example I'm quoting. For example, when temperature rises, we start using air conditioners and all these appliances. What will they do is that they will start drawing energy from the fossil fuels, the carbon stored, and the solution we find in carbon mitigation. Then see what has we piled up. We have piled up with metals, with plastics across the urban ecosystem, raised the heaps of dumping grounds, and the AC invariably heated the air. The gas leakage from the air conditioners released dangerous gases, and what we have done is that we have started penetrating and thinning the ozone layer and invited the UV rays to come up. And now we are using UV glasses to avoid them. And we must think that we are just guests on this planet Earth. We are just guests. And these guests are now, I must say, guests to various super specialty hospitals. Think we only thought of relieving ourselves from the temperature, and we have landed, and where we have landed in these 3 or 4 decades. By these things, sometimes when we talk, then they say that you are against the development. No, I'm not against the development. I'm not against modernity of cities. I'm not against urban landscapes being loaded with the infrastructure. But on the same time, I'm in favor of sustainable development, of using the resources in a more balanced way. And when it is required the most, we have to think towards conserving the energy, especially the energy driven from the fossil fuels or non-renewable sources of energy, the major propellers of greenhouse gases, climate change, blah, blah, and must think of alternative sources of energy, which we say cleaner energy and never-ending energy, the solar energy, the tidal energy in form of green buildings, and making them a green planet, making it a green planet. The air purifiers, I'm not going in the detail, are again a dim story which needs to be shared with. Nowadays, we are using air purifiers also when I go to Delhi again. So I must say development and nature should go hand in hand and not face to face. They should not confront each other. Development and nature should not confront each other. They should go hand in hand. As a teacher, as a student, and a scholar working on rural livelihood in tribal areas, I will share some slides with you people. And always working and propagating and advocating the culture, the way of living, of being connected to the nature and carrying it as a mother, I would say the time has come to follow and inculcate the lifestyles of our tribal brothers and sisters in part, if I will say, and last year, after this lockdown, say in June, July, we were on a field visit in the interiors of district Anuppur, in which our unit, and we came across a village. We were just chatting with a seemingly economical poor family in terms of money, I should say only. I asked the head how much land you are having, and in sign he pointed his fingers and said, all this is mine. And nearly 50 hectares, I said. He said, yes. I said, why you are not doing agriculture in all this? And I asked him that this is all covered with trees, but you do not do agriculture. You are not doing agriculture. You are doing agriculture only on a very small patch. And the answer with a smile was, it is more than sufficient to feed our family of 5. This small patch out of this much land is more than sufficient to feed our family of 5. What a level of satisfaction, no greed. They will also live, and the nature too will thrive. But what about us, the proud urban dwellers, the most affected by the coronavirus and most of the diseases, most of the times, and I must say most commonly the hypertension and diabetes have started becoming a part of us. We have to ponder of this satisfaction. We don't have to conquer this nature, but we have to live in harmony with the nature. At last, we are just a part of it. We are not nature, we are just a part of it. The present situation, although have impacted my tribal brothers and sisters, see what we are doing in the cities and who is suffering. The forest dwellers a lot, but again, as the spring comes and comes up with the spring in the spring will come in their meager economies, they will be able to churn out their annual income from selling the non-timber forest products such as tendu leaves, pan leaves, mahua, lac, honey, wild fruits, medicines, rooted vegetables, etc. In these months, selling to nearby railway stations in particular, which are lying vacant and that have emptied their pockets. A gloom of insecurity also lies. See how badly we are affected, and each and everyone is affected when this nature it gets hurts. But the sustainable way of living in harmony and seasonal ups and downs will not have much impact, unlike the urban dwellers. And once a lady quoted to me that we will find a way, as we have through centuries, like the nature does, a common notion. But what will be the future ahead? Again, we have to think of. Here I must add that we must never make these sightings of dolphins in the urban water bodies, civets on the roads, nilgai and deers venturing with us once for all, and have to share out the democratic rights, I must say, with the mute but active citizens driving the parliament of nature and making way for us to thrive on this planet Earth. Here I must again say that these sightings and improvements should not be at the cost of economic slum down or sluggishness in the job opportunities, creating a flurry of unemployment, poverty, malnourishment, or hunger around us. The answer is no. But yes, it can be achieved through sustainable development by living in harmony with all the species, coexistence, symbiosis, creating space for them to grow, and as having immense brains to think, as we are having immense brains to think, to groom the fellow species, to give them their spaces, their share on this planet, instead of using our mighty bronze to push them either in shrinked habitats which we have created or confined to ever shrinking, highly impacted reserved areas, which we say, such as national parks, sanctuaries, and biodiversity parks. These learnings during our lockdown period should be transformed into greater transformations in the ways that we thought separately of nature. This lockdown period should be like an eye-opener, and we must dream of a future with the world relying less on carbon, reduction in carbon footprint, and ecological footprint in total. A sustainable way of living ahead. There must be some structural changes also. Some legislative reforms also are needed, and they needs to be implemented in the most strictest possible way as the lockdown we have experienced. And we must learn community participation for the conservation of nature. Forests, as exemplified by us during this coronavirus, as we have fought unitedly during this fight against coronavirus. Only then we can change and let the nature to bounce back. And by doing this, we will be able to balance the Panch Tattva, that is the Akash, Agni, Jal, Prithvi, and Vayu. So now again, I am coming back to the community participation, that we have to sit together and we have to share our experiences. What can be the challenges? What are the solutions? And this is the basis of why we are sitting today and pondering of. These are the three things. What are our experiences? What has happened with us? What are the challenges? How we can solve it? All of us have to decide, and we have to grow together. And
Dr. Sandeep,
that is
can you sum
our
up?
community. Yes, sir. Just 5 minutes, sir. So the complexity of the ecosystem, which I was just sharing with, is in terms of the flora and fauna. And just giving you an example of the system on which I am working, that is the lac insect. Because see how diverse the lac insect is. There are morphological differences. See, a teeny insect, that is, it's very hard to see through our naked eye, is more than 400 plant species, feeds on more than 400 plant species, is harboring a fungi, that is yeast-like symbionts. Through molecular studies, we have done this work. Is harboring a bacteria, is harboring a virus, that is a bacteriophage, a very teeny insect, small insect. And more than 22 species of predators are associated with this insect. More than 75 species of primary and secondary parasites, numerous fungi, and this whole culmination results into the product that is lac. And then only we are able to wear the bangles of lac. See the complex, see the intricacies behind a small product lac. See how much work they are doing. This is ecosystem. This is the web. So we have to stop this. We have to stop this degradation. Otherwise, we should be ready. We must be ready with the cyclones coming off, with the natural calamities coming on. Who will provide the solution? Small steps will provide the solution, but with big aims. And it is us, the youth. Sustainable agriculture, I'm just skipping. And we have inculcated these things. We are trying these things to work upon in our tribal dominated areas. For example, lac cultivation, honeybee keeping, and we are involving the people in this. And now what is the role of higher educational institutes? How we can contribute? So just moving through, this is how the students, they have worked in the nearby villages and they have transformed the lives of people. Anemia is a problem in the nearby villages. So during every occasion, the group of students, they go to the villages and they encourage the people living there, the villagers living there, to plant a tree, and that to a fruit yielding tree. Just what they have to do is that they have to create they have to dig a space for us, and they have to throw biodegradable materials which is coming out from their household every day. And once it is ready, they have to inform us, and we will go and we will plant a fruit yielding tree in there. So the students, they have played an important role. See how with the waste teens, they are able to conserve the water. See this, I hope you are able to see. They are conserving the water, the rain water, so that it's reusable. We have revived more than 100, I must say, biogas plants in nearby villages. Compost pits. This is us, which we can do. We can transform. Much of these toilets, which was being funded by the government, were of no use. Awareness, it speaks a lot. And now these are functional toilets. This is a model toilet using the waste which a farmer is having, the villagers are having. We are preparing model toilets for them. That don't, if you are not investing much money, come up with us, give some material to us, and we'll try to build. The students are doing. And see, this is how every step counts. So we are just segregating the material, and now these little chaps, they have become our volunteers in the villages. Plantation drives, and we will keep on moving. Thank you. Sorry, I was not knowing that I was not able to elaborate much of these stories with you, taking in view the scarcity of time. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep Kaushik. you have given wonderful, eye-opening presentation where we need to work out. The urban communities are enjoying like anything, and the rural people are suppressed like anything. Though there are semi-urban communities which really do better, but the discussion what you have brought to the limelight, it is very wonderful. So one fine day again, we'll be having one more talk by you in our university department meeting. So I wholeheartedly congratulate you for presenting such a wonderful, eye-opening presentation and talk. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks
Okay,
to
you
all
can-
the organizers again for inviting me. Thank you.